Okay, we pulled up the wrong one, so let's continue with the disclaimer. Thank you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here, I leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it? Where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. It's now March 2nd, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each and every one of the participants. As we understand, this is a roundtable affair. Everyone has microphones if you'd like one, and everyone is equal, even though we're all growing into the knowledge at different rates and speeds. Mr. Keshe seemed to indicate allow the student to develop and to take what he can take from the teachings and to continue to refer back to the teachings. We'll cover a little bit about that today, about what you hear, and we all need to beware. Not everything we hear from others or even ourselves is accurate, but the directive is to share what we think we understand. But before we go any further into this 579th Knowledge Seekers Workshop and some other parts that we'll cover, like creating the Dome of Peace, as Mr. Keshe said, we haven't collectively got up to the level that we need to be. If we had been, the technology would have already shown itself. So I think we need to continue with this process of creating the Dome of Peace and elevating humanity to sort of become more enlightened, and then the technology will show itself. And it was a bit disappointing that there was something lined up with quite a few people and television networks and the rest of it. But again, as he said, he doesn't look at it as a detraction. It's actually something positive. And this is, I think, what we have to get used to, because something is being set for the future. I'm thinking we'll have a bigger, more expansive party, and perhaps instead of just touching hundreds of millions of people with the announcement of this technology internationally, it'll touch billions simultaneously. Now, maybe that's the way it will go, and maybe that's the way it won't go. But we'll have to see what direction the Keshe Foundation takes at this point. I wasn't aware. I don't know if anyone was aware. I know he talked about an incident a few weeks ago, and he mentioned that word in this workshop as well, that there was one incident that didn't allow it. But of course, he said he didn't like the channels it was going to come out through as well. Something about a certain channel, or perhaps it's a grouping he didn't like. So things will get better in the future. And as he said, even with the technology or the Ubisus when it was delayed, if the Ubisus was 1,000 when it was delayed, it has become a 10,000. And of course, we've seen the miniaturization of it and the rest, and a lot of the other technology which will be miniaturized. So maybe this is all part of the development and the process that needs to happen until humanity reaches that point of becoming ready for it. And I even think he said some of the knowledge seekers weren't ready as well. So again, we have to get to that point of collective awareness by giving will create this position of change. And this is what we need to encourage and to keep extending that on a regular basis. He's often said this is not a day job. So we were hoping for something to appear, but apparently that particular opportunity has come and gone, but there'll be more. Maybe there'll even be a breakaway of certain world leaders, for example, in Africa or other places, who are more than grateful to have this technology just gifted to them, as Mr. Keshe said. It's just amazing how much knowledge has been gifted to humanity. But before we go any further, and hopefully the participants can help me explaining some of the workshop or a part that they picked up on, I think we'll go to our World Peace Treaty, which is normally our first order of business, just reconfirming our ethos about becoming peaceful, becoming more peaceful. That's what's happening in a lot of these sessions. And a lot of this is also happening through the technology you find in the Keshe Foundation store, where the greed is being taken out, replaced by giving. And of course, the hatred is being taken out, creating a love or more of a giving position, I think. And so this is what's happening with a lot of the technology. And this is our World Peace Treaty, which is the exact document the world leaders are going to sign, the religious leaders. And of course, he went into that a little bit more, seeming to bring the end. And the teaching in the 579 was beautiful. I'd never heard it explained that way with the bells and the glass. But as he said, maybe we'll cover a bit of that or some of that, and how he's taken the bell and the glass understanding technology that was gifted to man thousands of years ago and has hidden it in some of the products within the Keshe Foundation store. So it's not a new knowledge, but it has been hidden, and it's still hidden in the matter state in the products within the Keshe Foundation store. I think he referred to this as the coming in through the back door. But soon we'll be coming in the front door, and I think this is the year, as he said, the first devices to come out will be the energy, touching the energy industry or energy market with the power enhancement or the standalone gas generating unit. But we'll have to see how things shake out and watch what appears. So this is our World Peace Treaty. It's between you and your soul. And this is what all these teachings continue. He continues to highlight it's between you and understanding more about yourself and your capability, since you're the only one that can trigger these things. Of course, with the help of the systems within the store, I think we're getting some support or some sort of training step by step. So we encourage you to purchase products from the Keshe Foundation store or participate in some of the offerings that is within the Keshe Foundation store. I think this is the only place you'll find the real technology. As we heard last workshop, there's a lot of fake technology on the market, and now we're hearing in this workshop there's a bit of rubbish in some of these teachings, and I'm probably guilty of that as well, since I know so little about this technology. But we do understand the World Peace Treaty and what it means. But again, this can go deeper and deeper as we find peace within ourselves, peace within our families, with our environments, our cities, our work environments, to the planet, and then to the universe. So it's a big task, but it starts with the first step. And of course, that's finding peace within yourself or to be balanced out. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Brave souls. I know we've all signed it, but I can read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept that to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our soul. Simply put your name, again, on behalf of the territory, the nation, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow man and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So again, we don't collect these unless you're signing up to be a private student or something along that line, or for one of the Universal Council openings, or Earth Council perhaps. But this is something, again, between you and your soul, and displaying it would obviously encourage others to take an interest in it and perhaps feel the energy that's coming off this simple document, but yet quite deep. Anyone want to make a comment? Okay, I guess we'll go to the most recent workshop. And does anyone have anything they'd like to share about the recent workshop? Something that's touched them, perhaps? And of course, it all should be touching your soul, I think, in a certain way, unless you want it blocked, which again is part of your operation of your own ship and your own creation, depending on what befits you. This is what we heard in the disclaimer. Don't just take what I say as 100% correct, or anyone else for that matter. Even Mr. Keshe said, test what I say as well. And this is what we're working on. So anyone have anything they'd like to share? I thought, again, beautiful teaching about the water, the churches, the construction, the knowledge, and it's all been gifted to mankind over the thousands or over the millennia. And again, gifted by who? I think it's the universal community that is gifted man. I know in China, they talk about the yellow emperor coming down from the skies and teaching them maybe mathematics or planting or certain types of medicine. The Navajo tribes, the Hopi tribes, both, I think, and there's 500 First Nation tribes, I think, more or less within the United States, and they all believed they received knowledge from star people and that they taught them how to plant. So again, man thought we're quite clever, but much of this knowledge has been gifted. And of course, some people took that knowledge and perverted it. And now it's being opened up. And I think this is actually getting into the churches and the technology within there is actually opening up some of the books, as Mr. Keshe said he would do on many things. He referred to the religions, the beginning of the end of the religions, not because they're going to close their own doors, but because people are going to become enlightened and realize what the church and what this intermediaries and what they did. But it's a beautiful story about how the bells were taken out. And I guess certain churches were paid on orders of some sort of higher up people to remove these bells because they understood it was actually helping to balance people's emotions, which led to their better health, which is very, never thought that was possible. But as Mr. Keshe said, they only reached the village with the bells. What we're doing with the technology is going to reach across the soul of humanity for the elevation of the entire planet. So yes, it's a work, it's a technology that's hidden within these structures. And he said it would be worthy to do homework on it and to study it a little bit. But the technology can be found today, space technology, of the same manner as we see all the different things within the Keshe Foundation store that can help balance out conditions. This is space technology. This is the same thing in a way, the churches were doing. He said this is not a new knowledge he's introducing into the store. This is something that's been on this planet for quite some time. So this is our World Peace Treaty. You can sign it with a pen, or you can sign it with the pen of your soul. You can find it at the Keshe Foundation or on any search engines. But again, this is what the world leaders will sign. And maybe some of them have already signed it. I don't have a lot of the details about what's going on in the background of the Keshe Foundation, but he said thousands of people were lined up for this international announcement that was supposed to be done, I guess, a week or two ago, and it never took place. But television was lined up, but he came to the conclusion that there was an incident and that I guess humanity as a whole is not ready. So we need to keep working, keep elevating the others, whether it's friends or family, world leaders and the rest. I think it all works the same way. And if you want the technology, I think you can find it in the Keshe Foundation store, whether it's in a soap, in a GANS, in a coaster, in a MAG RAV Twinity system. And there'll be many, many more developments along these lines with the Keshe Foundation store. So I think it's good to go to hear the announcements by Mr. Keshe, and then maybe we'll cover a couple other topics today. Anyone have anything they'd like to share? Go ahead. We do need interaction of other fields. Okay. I think we will go to the announcements. And again, Mr. Keshe is calling the plays. He has the full knowledge of the technology. So whatever is in the plan, he certainly knows what it is. And he's dealt with these situations before. As I understand it, he's been doing this around the universe for millions of years, bringing civilizations into interaction with the universal community. And he said this isn't the worst place he's had to deal with. So he's cleaned up others who have been in even lower conditions than this planet, but it's just part of a process. I think we're learning it. Perhaps some of us will use this in the future to do the same thing around the universe in a way for correction or elevation of entire groups of people. I don't know for sure. But these are the announcements Mr. Kesh came up with for this week, and I thought we'd listen to them. Feel free to stop any of the things I play, but that's one of the reasons I keep referring back to the teachings. This is what he said. Continue to refer people back to the teachings. Don't so much explain it yourself, but if you'd like to explain it yourself, please disclaim that you could be 100% wrong in your explanation. And he gave quite a good example when he said a knowledge seeker was invited to speak to some, I guess, high-level scientists or something, and without that full knowledge, they seem to pick apart the understanding of the knowledge seekers, and he said it was actually an embarrassment for the Keshe Foundation. But let's hear more from Mr. Keshe.
Let's go back to our regular screen and begin the second part of our program. And usually Mr. Keshe will have something to say before we begin the actual question and answer part. So, Mr. Keshe, would you like to go ahead with whatever you'd like to bring up?
I think he had his mic closed.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Keshe. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I had my microphone down.
Oh, okay. Yes, if you'd like to go ahead and let us know of anything on your mind you'd like to.
Yeah, normal. We never keep anything on the mind, do we? We go through a new phase of teaching or knowledge. And this will reflect in the work of the next year, 2 years, where we bring a new knowledge in, totally new unknown knowledge, which helps to bring a lot of things in focus, especially for governments, for world leaders.
So a new knowledge, a totally unknown knowledge to us, is this the knowledge of the emotion of transmutation, or is it bigger work than that? But over the next 2 years, there'll be a new knowledge, unknown knowledge, which will help us focus, I guess, on moving some of the world leaders. I'm not sure. I know that gold aspect is something that would be quite phenomenal, whether it would be hidden about the Fort Knox situation. If the gold is missing, the Keshe Foundation will mine it in space in a way and replenish it. So this is one of the offers on the table.
And we expect to see the beginning of the end of the religions within the next 2 years, where the knowledgeable will come to understand the knowledge of the creation, and there's no need for fake intermediaries. Does no matter whatever you call it. The ground for this is already set, and we're just the tools of it. We are not the instigator of it. In a way, it allows a faster, or what I call the latter part of the phase, to come in to establish itself. It won't happen overnight, it won't happen tomorrow, but it needs to go through the phase to reach to that point. And slowly, step by step, we will see.
So is it because the religions have too much of a control on too many people on this planet, or it makes them wishy-washy in a way? Should I move in this direction? Should I stay with what I've grown up with, what my parents have taught me about the church, about the heaven and hell? maybe that structure needs to be in a way weakened a bit, that they don't have such a group, even though there's many falling away from this sort of doctrine. And I think it's across all spectrums, not only Christianity, but other ones. They're just not finding, or perhaps they're wising up to it. And of course, we know that they don't give humanity a break in a way. That was one of the phrases P.T. Barnum used to use. You never give a sucker an even break or smarten up a chump. And he was a sort of a worldwide entertainer or some sort of circus. Actually, he came from the town that I live in. This was his world headquarters. So we have a museum, even though I've never been there. But it does seem like he had a lot of fakes within his exhibition, and people came and they paid money to it. And I think it's the same with the religions. But perhaps this is sort of maybe in a way starting to open up people's understanding of what this was, even though there's powerful technology hidden within these structures and their locations. It's an old knowledge, Mr. Keshe said, but it's not a new knowledge.
See this in the work of the Keshe Foundation and what they call, if you call it from the teaching of the vibrations which create. The churches created the vibration through the bells just for a village. We create a vibration which touches the whole humanity and beyond. This is the vibration of knowledge of the soul. And you will see more details step by step.
Go right ahead, Ike.
Yeah. So the vibrations, how does it match the colors? I didn't quite get that. The colors on the windows and then the vibrations. I can understand the vibrations when the bell rings. It's fields, but then is there a color code to a different type of vibration, or the colors give you different vibrations? Have we been taught that?
No, but he did say different cups of different colors would produce different things. They were made of natural minerals. They weren't fake colors or anything. I think he talked about the green cup being used for energy. The red cup would be for circulation or for producing red blood cells. And then there was a blue cup, I think. So they had some knowledge hidden in there, and I think it's in the windows of the church when you sit in there as well. They said this was all taken from the Jewish with the candles and the different things they hidden some of their artifacts in a way that they used in their different ceremonies. But
And then
I don't understand the knowledge. I never even was aware that the bells and the glass were sort of synced together in a way to produce an effect.
Yeah, so the churches, to build those shapes, definitely have to come from the forms of vibration. If the vibration is forming a shape, so is that the footprint?
I'm not understanding. If the vibration is forming a ship,
A shape. When you see the vibration in water, it gives you certain shapes.
oh, shift.
No, not shapes, like forms, to give you certain forms.
Right.
So you use that form. Maybe the builders were using that form to construct the windows. Now, when you construct that form based on what came off from the vibrations of the water, I guess that's the footprint. So that has to be the link. But then if you're ringing the bell and you're having that vibration, how does it match to a color?
Again,
Right.
This is ancient knowledge, but since we're, as he said, you put sound through the water, and you see it makes different patterns. I think this is what Azar was saying about the Emoto. So since we're 75 or 90% water, those vibrations apparently affected us in a good way up to a certain point. It actually helped you. Even though I don't think people just thought the bells were created, again, this was hidden. The bells were created just to remind you it was time for church in an hour or something like that, or a call for you to come in, but it was doing more than that in the entire village. It was sort of rebalancing through the water. Now, how they tune the bells in the glass to produce this, again, is a hidden knowledge to me, but not to the Keshe Foundation. As he said, we understand it pretty completely, and the technology of this is actually hidden within the store, within the products within the store.
Because there has to be some kind of a formula to it. Because
of course,
if we use the teaching of, okay, when we see the stars, then we're connected, so we're seeing something, and if we see a color, that is what is being I guess reflected or rejected. I can't. I know.
Yeah, the color that you see is the color, as Alex explained a number of times, is the
Alex
color
explained
that
it right.
can't be held on to. You know, the blue jeans look blue, but as Alex has taught us, you know, blue is the color it can't hold. It reflects. That's why you see it as blue, but it's not blue.
So then, fields, it's not tangible. So when we have patterns, when we create fields, the matching of the field has to, once something matches the field we're creating, then that's our clue that there's a connection. Could you say that?
Could you repeat that again, please?
Could you say that if you create fields and it creates a pattern, then whatever matches that pattern, either by we seeing it, because I might see it, you don't see it. It might move something, it might not move the other thing. So, but whatever that is affected, either in movement, in sight, or in whatever, then that's how you can deduce that this field matches that. Because I'm trying to relate how the ringing of a bell will match the colors.
Again, they probably were gifted it, but they also developed it as well, I would think. Just the way the Keshe Foundation technology is going to be developed. But it interacted with the water within your system, which changed the structure and brought healing, as he said. And I was thinking maybe they use that to keep the parishioners in a way healthy, and that way they could work, because if they weren't healthy, and we know people didn't live that long, 600 years ago. So we keep them healthy so they can go fishing and they can do their farming. And that way they'd have some part of their income to donate to us. So I think that was one of the methods that they used. But then that was taken out, as Mr. Keshe said, ordered by the Rockefellers, encouraged by or paid by the Vatican. And now they took your health and your pocketbook. Anyone else want to add something to this, please?
Hi, Mark. Can I jump in?
Please.
This is a very good question.
Are you the guy from Canada that knows all about the water and the structures of the water and the pressures? Were you the one he was referring to?
Oh, no,
No? Okay.
I'm a nobody. The common denominator between the sound and the color is that they're both manifest by frequency. And so when you look at ultrasound, for instance, which is a new technology that was invented by a friend of mine, that shows an image, but it comes from the sound. So we're able to create a picture from the patterns that the sound is making. And we know that we can create a picture from the colors because you have an image on your cell phone and you have an image on your computer screen or your TV, and that is created from the colors. So there's a common denominator there. So it only stands to reason that if we were to link up the frequencies and how they impact us with audio, and link that up with how the frequencies affect us with video, and now you've got the foundation of MTV, where you have artists producing songs, and a key component of that song is the accompanying video. And this becomes very important for us because it gives us a greater insight into the meaning and intention of the author of the video, or shall we say the composer of the entertainment. And so we can see the true intention in those words. Because there are songs, for instance, that could have a double meaning and you don't get it. And you say, well, it affects me, but why does it affect you in that particular way? And it could be that you heard that song when you were in say, a very good mood or a very romantic mood. It evokes memories that are nostalgic. And what is nice about nostalgia is that it invokes that feeling again. So that feeling is embedded in our memory, and it is an exact replication of what we experienced at that particular point in time. So that
Alex,
extends the connection. Go ahead.
Alex, excuse me. So I think I'm getting what you're saying. So let's assume when I was born, in the environment where I was born, my soul or the fields around there will be the original. So as I grow and I started having issues or whatever, it's out of sync. Now, if I decide to go back to that original field that created me when I was created, that could come up when frequency or a sound or this applications that we are talking about matches that original field that is embedded in my soul. Is that what you're saying?
100%.
Wow, I get it now.
Right, and everyone has a different emotion to the color red. And everyone has a different emotion to the color blue or green. But I think people that couldn't see the colors, if you were out in the village, you could hear the bell ring. But because the bell and the church has a lot of windows and a lot of glass, and so that thing to me was projecting these waves or certain frequencies into the village without you seeing them, and this created a balance. They knew, or somehow they figured out a way how to tune the bells to the glass or the glass to the bells, and this sent out a frequency or a vibration that created a balance within people as long as they heard it. But as Mr. Keshe says here, we're going to send out a vibration. We're creating a vibration which touches the whole humanity and beyond. So yes, the churches did it in a small way in the villages. It definitely worked. He said, do some homework and study the diseases around the churches, and if they were different from the diseases where churches weren't, or what people had. So it was definitely a viable technology, but it was stopped when certain people wanted to go into this bigger world of medicine, let's say, and needed more sick people. As Mr. Keshe said about the iodine, when it was in the bread, I think there were more, or maybe that was someone else. The IQs actually went up. They took the iodine out, IQs went down. Or he said the health was better with the iodine. And so the hospitals were empty. The nurses and the doctors didn't have any work. So they took out the iodine out of the bread and out of other things. And this created a lot more health problems. So they knew about this. Obviously, the people that ordered it knew this knowledge. That's why they ordered it closed. No, I don't think anyone would be able to link that and see that there was a connection between the bells, the glass, and the wellness of the people in the village.
And Mark, was it also that they were given vitamin D? I think that was also something that helped the nation.
Mm-hmm.
And when they stopped, everybody started to get sick, I guess.
Right, right. And put some aluminum in your deodorant and some fluoride in your water and the rest of it. And a little GMO on top of something else. Yeah, it's been a concerted assault to keep people in a way unbalanced for profit and for greed and for probably keeping the population controlled, let's say, or reduced.
I would like to add something about the bell.
Please.
Look especially at the shape of the bell.
Yes.
And as I know, there are engravements around the bell.
Okay.
And in my viewpoint, in my understanding, the shape of the bell is special. And when it's vibrating, the shape has a special effect. I cannot tell exactly what effect,
Right.
but I think it has a special effect. And maybe altogether also the engravements around. Thank you.
Yeah, the engravements sound like it can change something by having a symbol in there, not because of the symbol, but because of what it does to the metal, how it changes a certain or adds something. So I think they experimented with this quite a long time, or maybe not. Maybe the complete knowledge was gifted and then somehow it got put into the churches. As he said, the Europeans are paying for what the Italians understood. They were the church builders, and they got a percentage of the intake using this sort of knowledge.
May I add another?
Of course, anyone can. We encourage people to add.
I've often wondered why the German spaceship in World War II was a bell, because let's face it, it didn't look very aerodynamic.
The Glocke?
Yeah. And so when you ask the question why, and the why is really the answer. So why is it shaped that way? Because that's the way it needs to be shaped. And then the question is, how come that shape is different from the, shall we say, the flying vehicles that we are familiar with today? But even if we have other vehicles that we don't want to admit to, like flying saucers, they are different shapes from the bell. So, you know, the flying saucer seems to at least have some kind of nice appearance, right? A nice sleek appearance. It looks like it could fly. It just like you take a nice flat stone, shiny flat stone, and you throw it on the water. And if you can do it properly, you can have it skip across the water and increase the distance that you could throw the stone.
Hey, that was Kenneth Arnold's story, wasn't it?
I'm not familiar with that, but
Yeah, he said he saw these. He was a pilot apparently, and he saw these shiny objects. One of the first reported of it, and he said they were like little stones. You could skip it. It seemed like they were skipping across the atmosphere in a way. I think his name was Kenneth Arnold.
now I learned something new. Thanks, Mark.
Okay.
There is one aspect of the bell that Mr. Keshe mentioned, that there is the effect on the matter state through the glasses and other, what do you call it, transforming devices, but it has a direct effect on the soul as well. The soul level transmission happens simultaneously. There are two types of transmission happening. One is at the physical level and one is at the soul level. And to some extent, this knowledge is, I think, little more, so let's say, more known in the East, and I'll talk a little bit about it. Is that, you know, the mantras that the Indian system creates, there are actually books, which some of them I have read actually, and how to create them, and it's very interesting. And this is, I mean, this I've never seen anything in any Western material, and actually I've searched in libraries and internet too, but this is not
They
available.
like to hide it from us in the West. You know that, MOSFEC, right?
Well, I mean, you know, there is medical knowledge. Like, for example, there is a guy called Ibn Sina or Avicenna. He's known as Avicenna, the philosopher. He actually integrated Arabian, Chinese, and Indian medicine. None of his books have been translated. And the medical knowledge is actually available in the villages through like plants and various other things. But and this is most, and as the Rothschild Rockefeller system of medicine came into existence, they tried to phase it out. And you know, the Western education system is also here, so they tried to kind of like, these are all kind of like folklore and stuff like that. But actually, these are advanced knowledge. And there are books about these mantras, and it also exists actually in the surahs used in the Muslim religion, because these surahs actually have effect, not just at the physical level, but at the soul. And there are some people know about this, and specific surahs have specific purpose, and this is used by some of the mystical schools. They know about these kind of things, and you know, mantra is also known, for example. So these kind of transmission had serving dual purpose of transmitting at the physical level with, you know, you created certain metal things that you wore on your body, which work. These are, we call them tasbihs. Talisman. You know, the English word is talisman.
Okay.
These are actually decoding devices of these kinds of transmissions. And there are all kinds of books and knowledge associated with it, but some of it is not very widely shared because people can abuse it too. So this kind of a bit of secrecy is maintained. Only people who have put enough effort into it can have access to it. Just something that is kind of like this part of the world has it, and in Middle East and Asia, Chinese have their own stuff too. I don't know too much about it, but I've heard.
So go ahead, Gail. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
One more little. I'm gonna finish it here. The Buddhist that got transmitted to China, they took some of these things to that part of the world. I'm just going to end it there. But anyway,
I couldn't hear the name, Moshfek.
Of what?
The man.
The man is Avicenna, or we know him as Ibn Sina. He's a
Avis,
philosopher. His spelling is Avic and double N-A, Avicenna. You can search him about him on the
and all,
Avicenna.
and also mandalas, which are very common.
Mandala is, when you create various, effect, in the sand or in water, you have this crystalline shape. Mandalas are essentially the same thing, but when you use it with this kind of sound, they create the same effect as like with glasses, with water, and various shapes. Actually, there are designs that does this kind of decoding. They don't use colors in the mosque, but they use certain patterns. It's widely seen. You can actually search for patterns in mosque. They do this kind of decoding sounds. And this is the sounds of the Arabic language, the Quranic language that they do decode, which has the physical and as well as the soul level effect. These knowledge have been rendered in different ways, different parts of the world, and people knew about it. And there is quite a bit about this way of, not at every level of detail how it's used, but it's known. And mantra being one of the such system which has a bit of documentation, especially in Bengali language.
So when I heard the bells, I always thought it was God calling for money, but there could be something much deeper then.
Yeah, well, it's not God calling; it's the God of the God of the God.
The greed calling for money or something like that.
It's God in the succession of the gods that are in the mosque or in the churches that God of the God.
Would you think, Mosfek, that a bell or a combination of bells rang at a certain vibration for a certain period of time could actually put you in an energy dimension, perhaps?
Well, it's a combination effect, and it's when you hear mantras, it is not just one sound; it's a combination. It's a sequence of sound, and it creates certain effect. Same with like surahs that we use in Islamic system, and so so it's the same thing. It's done with our enhancement unit with the audio that a headphone we connect. Headphone is receiving only in the audio range. So with it can be in the audio range which is outside of our hearing level or even lower volume, but it has, you can transmit things, but you have to know how to do it, of course. And and there are, documented knowledge about it in the East. That's what I'm saying. And and the mosque also have similar dome structure, and they have designs which does the decoding, not so much the color. So anyway, I'm not going to go into any more detail, but
Thank you.
The idea this is not this exists.
It's not hokey science.
No, it's not hokey science. It has existed for a while, and there are people well aware of these things.
Probably even levitation, as we heard with people blowing horns and trumpets for a number of times. I think we've had this, Rick has brought it up in the plasma reactor group, about how they levitated things up to a cave on the side of the mountain. And this came out of a vibration. So there's a lot of secrets, a lot of hidden knowledge, I think, on this planet. But Mr. Keshe seems to understand the Tesla technology and other technologies quite well, probably because it was gifted out of the same sort of community in a way. It's nothing new for an international or universal teacher. Yes?
I'll have to say goodbye because I have a class to teach
Thank
now.
you. Good. Thank you for sharing and coming in with us. Thank you, Mosfek. All right, shall we continue this? But again, the point I'm taking from it is to show that the religions had quite a bit of technology, again, for healing and balance. but also that the Keshe Foundation is incorporating a type of this. It probably goes beyond it. I don't think the church was feeding anyone, but maybe they were. The Keshe Foundation is using a similar technology to do many things, I think, in the matter state. As he said, we're hiding the plasma technology in the matter state at this point, and this is why the offers are in the store. This is what you see on the background of this workshop, the coasters, different ones in a honeycomb or tree of life or other variety of shapes.
Top amalgamation of what it is, what it's been, and what it'll be. And we cover this on the different ways in our work, on the national level, on the governmental level, and international level. But we will see a surge in the knowledge gain and knowledge seekers, you call it internationally, as this side of technology develops. And as more and more people become aware of it, you don't need to be a knowledge seeker. The knowledge is shared, and we see more and more of it coming in. It's very interesting if you listen, for example, to the President of the United States.
So again, more knowledge is going to have to get out if there'll be more knowledge seekers coming in internationally as the technology develops. So as Mr. Keshe said, we need to get this technology in the hands of the people so they start demanding it, or demanding more of it, perhaps. But something is going to have to come out. Perhaps it's that energy system to begin with, and then it may branch off from there. But I thought he said energy will be the first thing we touch in a soft way.
In one of the first talks he did, he said in his time there'll be cars which fly. And last week we saw actually X or Tesla is working with another company which is working on their flying cars, and it looks very nice till the car hits the dust and you see a dust coming up, which means they're using displacements of energy, of wind, or in a way they have hidden the, what you call, the drone features inside the car.
So is everyone clear with these flying cars and things like that? It's just probably some sort of props, and you can't see them from the outside, but there must be a lot of air movement going through there. But the key is it creates so much dust. Maybe you can fly it over paved areas, but in the desert or in other areas, as he said, the plasma technology doesn't create any dust. It's not the displacement of matter state or pushing.
Because we know when you travel with a plasma maglev system, there is no creation of dust. You see the light. So we have to bring that transition to change that car which creates the dust to a car which brings the light. And that light of enlightenment to change a car from one to another is in progress.
Has anyone seen this car that Tesla is developing? I know Mr. Keshe had said we need to leapfrog over the electric car. I didn't know they're going to have a foray into the flying car. I don't know how popular it will be. Some of his items weren't so popular. Anyone see what Mr. Keshe is referring to here on the internet, or about this particular flying car? I know I've seen ads for them where the wings are folded back and the car takes off and it flies, but this sounds like it's a body of a car built around a very large sort of drone with a prop on it to move the air and to control it, and probably battery operated for a period of time. They do have some rather large ones, and I think it takes a little bit of a trick to master the flying of them.
Out of the work, which is gradually coming in, and gradually one will see. And so what we do is what is promised, what people expect, but totally in a different way, because now we go into the dimension of the delivery of technologies, enlightenment, and everything else together. Be aware, and I keep on reminding you in the past year teaching, don't become arrogant with what you see. Start to become wise into how you can share that the others benefit by it. Share the knowledge and let it be understood that is not yours. It belongs to the creation, the creator. You're just a tool that you know better with. You can share with it, that they can share it with others. And in a way, as we had the experience in the past couple of weeks, the knowledgeable people see the shallowness in the knowledge if you pretend to be yours or you pretend to know you understand it all. The knowledge seekers, when they come to professionals, you have to understand the knowledge fully and not just be reading books with no understanding of. Because those who understand the knowledge dismiss you and you discredit the technology and all the work which is done around it due to your ignorance, but lack of knowledge, but pretending or thinking you know most of it to introduce. Try in teaching to refer people back into the source, into the teachings, that it reflects your strength. It reflects that you know what you know is for them to judge and understand according to their understanding. And step by step, build your knowledge and don't stick only to Ganses and the rest. Understand the energy side than the water and the Gans inside it. In the coming weeks and in coming months, we introduce to more systems, which brings you more to see the effect, literally, of the fields and how to connect between you and what you call your soul and the systems that would build up this, what we call invisible dimension of the fields between all knowledge seekers. And as you saw in the graph, when one of you shakes, the rest shakes, because you're in one. So when we share the knowledge, it's shared amongst all. It just depends what you can take from it and how confident you are in what you've learned about yourself. Are there any questions?
Okay, again, any comments on this particular part? Keep referring people back to the knowledge. This is what he said. And I think this is good advice for all of us. As we continue to learn more, we realize how little we understand. So I thought I'd go maybe to 206, where he actually goes and he elaborates this a little bit more. I think many of you have heard this already, but again, it's for us when we're teaching, and it's also for those who want to teach you. We have to sort of see what befits us about this knowledge. This is what Mr. Keshe is saying. So let me see if I can just, I have to find the actual workshop here in just a moment. And let me see where we can go with this. Okay, we're going to go to 206. I think this is where it starts here, and then I'll bring up the transcript. Sorry. I don't have everything staged properly. Okay, we'll build up into it. And again, this is about the teaching and people teaching and what he's seen in the private sessions and some of the archives and so on and so forth. And he keeps reminding us we have a lot more to understand about this knowledge. So if you're teaching it, just use the disclaimer saying, you know, this is what I think I understand. I've tried to approach it that way myself and always play the videos of the Keshe Foundation or Mr. Keshe, because this way everyone can take from the master teacher in a way. And that's not to say that we can't teach. The understanding is to share what you think you understand about this technology. And then you're not really offending anyone, because you're explaining this is what I understand and I could be 100% wrong. I've always admitted early and often that I know 1/10 of 1/100000th of 1/10 of this knowledge. So I understand a very little bit of it. let's just go over here. I'm going to move this
Okay, a
here.
Unless you're
question
Trump,
from
you know it all.
Mohammed in
Go ahead.
No, I was just joking. I said, unless you're Trump, you know it all.
Well, this shows the ignorance when you start to say you understand everything. Even Mr. Keshe in this one said he didn't understand everything, even though the United Nations was telling him you're the kind of guy that comes along every, so many 100 years or so many decades. I think Mr. Keshe and this knowledge has never been in this amount on this planet at this time. As he said with Da Vinci, he was trying to find out and opening up these cadavers about where's the battery, where's the power source of this human being. He could never find it. Mr. Keshe comes along and explains it's the center, it's the soul, and all the rest that goes with it. So he's way past Da Vinci. He's actually said we're making little Da Vinci's out of you. But Da Vinci was one of those who came along every so often and understood many of the different knowledges, could go from one to the other. And this is what Mr. Keshe is very familiar with, for the physics, to the chemistry, to the energy level. So he's fully versed in matter state as well as energy state, but admits he doesn't know everything. And also admits when he comes into a meeting, he puts himself lower than everyone else in the meeting, although he's carrying the totality. So that's quite a feat in itself, isn't it? Okay, let's hear a little bit more about this teaching and what you may want to be aware of, that nobody gets co-opted by an intermediary through religions here on this planet or in the space. And it's not only religions, apparently, as he said. Let's let Mr. Keshe explain. I do agree, though, with what he said here, and I'm certainly glad he said it rather than me.
Q&A. Says, I had a question about our agreement in the private teachings. So something becomes clear for me, because I've read a part and was confused. One, can we share just the knowledge which is taught in private teachings to the others, or we have to teach only the public side of the knowledge?
Private teaching is mainly done by the knowledge seekers who knew a little bit more, or they had some expertise, so it's part of the public knowledge, what is in private. But we don't allow public teaching to be coming out, because sometimes the knowledge is the wrong way or misunderstood the wrong way, and can affect, because it comes from the teaching of the foundation, the wrong way. And we've seen that many times. Knowledge seekers totally misunderstood and then misrepresented, and then those who are there to catch and say, oh, you see, this is what they teach, but it's actually their own reflection of their own understanding. Could be right to them, but could be wrong to you or the others.
Are you linking this back to the disclaimer? That's why we don't have peer review within the Keshe Foundation. Allow the individual to decide, allow the flower to bloom. Yes, we can help, we can share our understanding, but again, it's just your understanding. And to me, the knowledge is so deep, sometimes we oversimplify it. But this is just, again, for your own edification, whether you're receiving or whether you're teaching.
And that's why we say public teaching is public. Private teaching is kept that way for you to assess your knowledge on it and base your knowledge on what is there, because it's from other than knowledge seekers.
So that was the second question, I think. Can we teach the notes and writings we have written from that private teaching?
That depends what you understood from it. Yes, yes. But you have to understand you're correct. We had a call from one of our knowledge seekers very recently, past few days, that they invited the knowledge seeker to give a talk to some professionals. And the knowledge carried was not correct, or could not be answered the way, because they just read a book, they have no depth of knowledge. And it brought difficulties for the listeners and the person who organized it. Because the knowledge seekers they thought knows the knowledge actually knows nothing. It's just reading books. And knowledge was conveyed totally the wrong way, which can cause huge problems for the knowledge seekers of the future, or for people to actually understand technology. And in the next few weeks, I'm going to correct what the knowledge seekers they thought knows how to create so much mayhem.
So he's going to be going a little bit deeper into this issue about teaching, I think. But to me, the main idea is to continue to refer back to the teachings. Anyone else?
And what you're asking is, this is a current in the past couple of weeks. And we see this a lot of. Knowledge seekers don't have in-depth knowledge. Knowledge seekers cannot explain to especially professionals the depth of the knowledge, and then it gives a wrong image, wrong information, wrong credibility to the whole work. As I said, like last week, the week before, I explained, this guy knows how to make a battery that runs, a car runs with a frequency. But then we have another one who does something in the world of medicine, but he has no clue about the guy who does it in frequency, because there are two different things, nothing to do with each other. But now, Mr. Keshe, you have a computer. No, because we have a central knowledge which feeds into everything. And this is what you have to understand. Which part of the knowledge you know, and which part of the knowledge you know well enough that you know all ins and outs of it. Whenever you start teaching her, say, I don't know all of it. This is what I've learned. This is my understanding. You go and search, but I tell you what I understood. I could be 100% wrong, but this is what fits me, it suits me. And this is important. I think I've said this a few times before. In early times of the Keshe Foundations, we were becoming well known in Europe.
So this is where he talked about the United Nations being observing the work of the Keshe Foundation, in a way supporting the work of the Keshe Foundation. I think we'll leave that for others to take a look at. Again, this is quite a long workshop, almost 4 hours, and there's quite a bit in it. And most of these things will be unraveled week after week and year after year in the coming period. We don't even know some of the things, I think, that are hidden in these workshops. He does like to hide things. So again, be humble in your teaching. Realize that you don't carry, even though you do carry the totality, we haven't really tapped into it. Or we would already be transmuting and doing many of the other things we wished we could do. But again, the Keshe Foundation store is where to find some of this technology. And just to, again, if we can show that, the Keshe Foundation store and what's coming up. He talked about the transmutation sessions, which were very good as well, which we can, this is the 2025 transmutation to flight to destination, and this is the monthly transmutation test, which is keeping the Keshe Foundation free. And also, they're sort of bringing people along step by step. We don't get all of the information about what's going on in the background and what's being tested on who and when we're, in a way, collectively doing things. But the idea is to keep the Keshe Foundation free. And hopefully you're picking up some knowledge as well, or some deeper understanding of it. But I think it's a step by step, almost like a reconstructive surgery where you can't do everything at the same time. It has to be done in steps. One thing has to be solidified or put into place, another for the next thing to be put in its correct place. And I think that's what's happening in some of these sessions. So this is helping to keep the Keshe Foundation free, develop the technology. And my gosh, if we only understand 5% of the development end, I don't see how we could possibly make some of these products. He's intentionally kept the knowledge hidden, whether it's on the development side or whether what's going on internationally. So we're protected really both ways, but yet we don't have the full understanding or able to replicate the process of creation. As he said, if you understand the tilt and you have the right energies from the sun and the solar system and the earth, you can create life in your lab, life on your kitchen table. And I'm sure it can be done if you know how to play, but we're not at that point. But these transmutation sessions are developing the participants, and they're also developing the systems within the Keshe Foundation. And more systems are going to be added over time. So this is a way to keep the Keshe Foundation free. You can even sponsor someone who may not have the funds to come into one of these sessions. Then, of course, we're just going to go back if we can. This always comes up for some reason. You just have to press cancel. Yes, he talked about the cosmic ray material in this beautiful presentation. It's taken a long time to do this, but again, no one can create a rare earth material or a combination of them. And he talked about one or two. He's even talked about embedding some of this material into the headphones prior to you ordering a cosmic ray bundle or a Twinity MagRav system. These are things you can hold in your hand. And I think there'll be a teaching on this, how to use cosmic ray materials. But as he said, we're quite busy with international things at the moment, but you can feel free to place your order. He also mentioned the Keshe coins, and there'll be something coming up in the next 6 to 12 months. This is the one he's been talking about, creating a twin of yourself, this Twinity MagRav system. You can read about that in the Keshe Foundation store. And other things like the soaps. I'm quite happy. I know I had gotten some soaps originally from one knowledge seeker, and I just happened to find, I thought I was out, and a few months ago I found a bar, which I've been using sparingly, but I've been using it, and I do need to order more. So in this offering, again, he's hiding many things. He said they'll be developing these for lumps and other things. They're going to hide some more technology within this, but you can see the different scents that are put in here. There's one for children, a Valentine's heart, and so on. So this is where you can start to experience the interaction of the fields with yourself. And of course, the soap you can carry with you. You can wash your hands, and as he said, the material stays with you for a period of time. And this is not an expensive product. Has anyone ordered the soaps or used the soaps? You'd like to tell us a testimonial or something? I know the one I have was probably one of the first ones, and it was quite luxurious. The lather, you can actually wash your hair with it or shave with it and wash the rest of yourself with it. So it was a very nice, but it wasn't scented. The one I have is not scented, but these are coming up. And as he said, the scent is an energy, and this can change some of your emotions as well. And of course, he's not releasing the actual combination of how this technology is put together. Anyone order any soaps from the Keshe Foundation? I know they're on, I think, reorder now, so it would be a good time to get your order in. And then, of course, the coasters, which we'll just show that quickly. And he said they're going to be embedding so many things. These are the coasters. This is what we see on the page of the workshop today. There's these, and you can ask, I think, for different things to be embedded, whether you want peace and harmony in the home, you have an issue with something, you can ask them to embed certain things within these. And he even talked about it being able, if you have a glass of water, put one on the top, one on the bottom, and collect the material if any should be created. Now, he didn't say what to do with that material yet, but he said if material is created, collect it and put it aside, as I understand it. Anyone else? So this line of coasters is going to be quite powerful, even though, as with the bells in the glass, the technology was hidden. The technology is hidden within this matter state. And again, these aren't, I think for two, it's $59. And for four of them with their own holder, I think it's $129, something along that line. Yeah, we have two different price offers. And then here's four pieces at $119. And the flowers are, I'm not sure which one is the flower. But again, these are offers, and it's just not to keep the Keshe Foundation funded. It's to allow you to experience the interaction of fields made the correct way by the professor, and to allow you to use space technology. I was going to say alien technology, but that sounds too alien to me. This is being developed for the space. And of course, I've had some very good success so far with the feeding tubes, which I'm sure most of you heard about. I've mentioned it a few times in the past. These are the Keshe Gans Nutra, and as he said, there's four tubes. One is fruity, one is herbs, one is vegetables, and one is protein. You can hold them in your hand, as he said with the fruity one. This has the energy of 1,000,000 apples in it. So you take from the tube, you hold it in your right hand for a minimum of 30 minutes. And on February 7th, I passed, that was 30 days of skipping 2 meals. So you can calculate where we are now. It's March 2nd, and on February 7th, that was 30 days. And again, without a lot of pain or a lot of complications. So I think it worked quite well, and I wanted it to work. I did want it to work, and I am losing a few pounds, but this is quite a powerful product. And you can actually probably feed yourself even longer than just skipping 2 meals. But as I said, I'm going to stay at this position for a while. I'm not going to push it any further until my body adjusts to this. So those who are on a weight roller coaster or would just like to dine the way the creator dines, this would be a product you could try. And again, they're 99 per tube. But again, the technology is built in there. He said the fruity has the energy of 1,000,000 apples in it, plus hundreds of other items. So these are quite powerful. And now we're hearing how before I thought the chickens, it wasn't even profitable to vaccinate chickens. It's cheaper to destroy them, but now they're saying they're going to try to introduce something into the chickens as we've devastated our chicken population. And of course, you eat them, whether it's a pork or a beef, and you're getting some of that pesticide and or antibiotics and whatever else is probably a number of injections are given to these animals, and then we consume them, and then we have issues. So it'd be a good idea to buy things that aren't tainted, let's say, fully farm raised or pasture grazed type of animals if you are going to eat. But this product we've done well, and I think it's paid for itself over the course of time. When you calculate how much each meal could cost you, and then everything else between the colors and the rest of this, what you're getting in these things, I think it's a very good way to move if you can. And of course, it's teaching you. I think some days I don't even, maybe I'll use one of these tubes and then it seems like I'm pretty much set. And it's worked quite well and not that expensive. Just something for you to try if you'd like to dine with the creator. And that was beautiful what he said in the last workshop, where the systems are developed, where they've created the amino acids in the gaseous state. And now you can put a few of these reactors around a city. People don't even need to know the Keshe name, ever heard of the technology, and they will be fed. He said there was no need to eat. But in another instance, he said you can't stop eating because you do need something to pass through your different channels there. But again, this is just a test I'm doing, and it seems to be working well. Anyone else have a product in the Keshe Foundation store that you'd like to highlight or ask a question about? This is where the real beef is, if I could put it that way, or the real technology you'll find. We don't have the knowledge, as I understand it, to develop comprehensive systems that deliver the entire structure of the apple. I can make an apple food GANs, but will it deliver the entire structure of the apple to me? There may be some caveats and other things I'm not familiar with in that process. Anyone else about the Keshe Foundation store? And of course, more and more products are being added. I think we'll hear more and more testimonials coming out. One of the American Knowledge Seekers has ordered the Twinity. Another one has ordered the Cosmic Ray material. So we'll hear some more testimonies and how they worked. And again, Mr. Keshe said he'll have to, in a way, you need to work with it yourself, but at the same time, he may share some techniques on how to trigger some of these systems. Anyone? Okay, we have about, before the creating of the Dome of Peace, maybe we should go back to the beginning of this workshop and just listen to what Mr. Keshe said about these churches. And this is, again, a beautiful revelation of knowledge. And the bells that we find today have no interaction with the glass and the rest of this. This was all destroyed probably, I don't know how long ago, but decades ago. They do have bells, they do ring them. Some of them are recordings, but I don't believe they interact with the glass, if they even still have some of these glass, which I believe they do, but the bells are not tuned to the correct frequency, and that's what he concluded. He said, now they take your health and your wealth. So let's go back to the beginning of the workshop if we can. And as Rick showed, okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's start here. And this is a beautiful, beautiful teaching. I don't know how much the churches, I was thinking a priest might enjoy this teaching, but maybe they weren't even aware of this because it was probably taken out before they were born. I'm not sure.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 579th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, February 27th.
So we're just going to take this up to about the 3 o'clock, and then we're going to go to the Dome of Peace. Is there anything else others would like to share or see or play a part of this workshop?
2025. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, Education Department, and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'll be your host today. And once again, we have the honor of the presence of Mr. Mayran Keshe as our presenter today. And I think he's ready to begin doing some presenting. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you there?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, whenever and wherever you listen. This is Knowledge Seekers from Keshe Foundation.
Would you rather have me explain the workshop to you or listen to Mr. Keshe? I think we want to listen. At least I want to listen to Mr. Keshe and not me.
Spaceship Institute. We welcome you back, and as usual, we carry on with the expansion of the knowledge. There is a lot of mysteries around our historical data and materials around us, which, like the intro of what we heard today from last week, when we speak about the churches, you have to understand, if you go around Europe, if you look at the church, as we said before, and look at the top window of the church, all the churches have a window. You see it from more or less 4 sides. There's a pattern to this, and none of these are the same. You if Rick goes and pick up some of the big churches and show us, we see there's a secret in these windows. And if you live in some cities in Europe, you see one church within a few 100 meters of another church. And some churches are literally built next to each other. But go back and into the history of these cities. We don't see certain illnesses in these cities, in these villages. I used to live in a small town, village like in Italy. And in such a small village, there were 4 or 5 churches. And I always said, because, okay, we live by the sea, people were very religious. They go to fish, come back. They want to come back alive. And they gave a third of their income or whatever to the church that they, have a good fishing and come back alive. But if you look into the structure of the churches, the windows of the churches, you will see something very, very interesting. Let me pick up. This is what it's been picked up by. If you go back up, go back. Oh, go down. Go down the way you're going. Go down, and stop there. Have a look at the 3rd picture on the right, or the 4th picture on the right, with 2 circles, 2 different circles, one black and one white. Pick this up and bring it up. Or there's some others underneath of it. Just screenshot it, Rick, and put it back up.
Which one are you looking at?
Any of the right, yeah, there were your things. Then the one next to each other and the one in the bottom. Yeah, these 2, one. Yeah, and the one underneath of it. Pick these pictures up and no. Yeah, go further down. Pick that picture up. And there was another picture in your screen. Anyway, just pick these up, or that we can talk about on the basis. Yeah, that's the one. Just pick these pictures up. If you look at these in the churches, people never understood what this means. It's the science, knowledge, and yep, the one beneath it. These are all churches, church of windows. We go and admire their beauty, but if you understand the science, none of them were built for beauty to show you. These patterns, these shapes were correlated, matched with the bell. All the bells from the churches were taken away by the order of Vatican, and then there are the churches. Early last century, because when it came to Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, they understood, they bribed, they paid Vatican to take the bells out of the churches. Why? Now we have the knowledge. Now man, knowledge, advanced technology has advanced so much that if you take these pictures, copy them, then put a pot of water or a flat surface of water and add frequencies to it. It'll match every single one of these shapes according how you created the frequency. Frequency is a magnetic field in motion when it meets resistance, and he has to go through it, and he finds his wiggle around. That's what the frequency.
So again, the glass by itself, I don't think makes a big difference, or the bell by itself makes a big difference, but it's the combination of the two. It almost sounds like a Quinity system, doesn't it?
In the world of science of the cosmologies. So when you tune a frequency to water, you get these shapes. And you find out each shape matches certain illness. Which means when the church bell went, it cured its citizens who could hear it. There's an old saying in English, if you're a Londoner, they said the true Londoner is those who can hear the Bow bell. Bow is the bell which was in East London, and you're a true Londoner because you work in the docks. But you find out that churches were healing points. The frequency that the bell created shows in the picture was for certain illnesses. That's why we didn't have such illnesses. Now, today, we get pharmaceuticals injecting us, the churches, those who were the ancestors of us, found the secret, know the secret. You see the same construction in Egypt. Pyramids create certain frequencies, bring certain emotion. And in early last century, Rockefeller and those who understood, they took this out. The bells were taken out. New bells have no relationship to the pattern which is on it. And if you make a frequency on the water which matches the
Yeah, and I would say that the Rockefellers and the others didn't have the knowledge. It was hidden within the church, but they knew the effect of this knowledge. And that's why it was curtailed or banned or bribed to be put out of existence. That knowledge was within the builders of the church or whatever, but they knew of it and they knew of the effects of it. So as they were bringing on their bigger sort of medicine, um, creating hospital networks and the rest, they needed the more customers, and this was one of the ways to bring them in, I think, by banning these healing properties.
it tells you which illness, which emotion this will touch. Then this comes to much deeper understanding that you have to understand how to handle this, how to understand this. There is a secret in the world of pottery. One of my companies years ago was involved in these kind of things. But just stop there. On the right hand side, you see this green multicolor one. If you're an antique collector, or if you understand your home, not the new cups and saucers. If you go to churches, you see they used to use specific glasses for drinking or giving water to. The new silver things are new. The royal families, the rich people, never drank in the same cup as commoners did.
Wow, that's almost like not sharing the devices, as Mr. Keshe said, with the pain pen and other certain devices, not to share. So the rich were not sharing these cups. They're not silver anymore. This is the modern version. But back then, they didn't share with the commoners. So it's almost like they kept it in one family, as most of these richer families were interrelated or interbred with one another. So they kept that within their own family. They didn't share the cups with the others. And as Mr. Keshe said, these things can absorb energies or frequencies or something about the person, that you leave a trace on these devices with your amino acids. And so he says we recommend not sharing most of the products within the store.
Especially look into blue shade, look into the green shade cups, look into the red cups, which the royals were given. Even the children at birth were given milk or water or whatever out of these glasses. Reason, they knew the science. And now we bring in the same science back in the cups and what do you call it, soaps and everything else, but it's not far from what has been done for centuries when the man has been erased from the history of.
So you heard what he said. We're bringing back the knowledge in the soaps and the cups and the coasters, other things like this.
If you see a green cup made 200, 300, 400 years ago, buy it, hold it. These cups, these glasses, they didn't have colors the way we have today. They're made by natural minerals which created these colors. Green is uranium-based, nuclear-based energy. You don't contaminate yourself. You get so much excess energy that does not allow no illness in the body of the man. When you hear about a cup of life we created and all the mayhem people try to cover it, is the knowledge of the universe. This knowledge was given to man thousands of years ago.
So again, something we developed or something we were gifted. It was given to mankind. That's why I mentioned the Yellow Emperor and I mentioned the Navajo, where they say they definitely believe the Star people came down and gave them knowledge of planting, medicines, and other things. The same in China. Their story is the Yellow Emperor came in on a dragon and he left the same way. But in between, he taught many things like mathematics and medicine and city building and so on, planting, agriculture. So these knowledges have been gifts.
Why the men of medicine of the kings always carried certain glasses and whatever? Because they were told, they understood when you drink from the green cup, it gives you this. When you drink from the red cup, it gives you blood circulation, increases the red blood cells. To you, you just drink the water. To man of the medicine of the time, they knew the secret of creation. The same, what you see on the screen in the different color shade is what you see in space. You see light, you don't see a man, you don't see a creature. We see the soul of the man. What is the intention of that light? Go back to the teachings of 4 or 5 years ago when I explained this. Now you understand it. What emanates from the soul tells me what's the intention of physicality by the color. But understanding what it carries, a green to me is the energy I need to survive any whatever you call viruses in space. The red is for interaction, for increasing the dimension of the fields of the higher strength. This is what the man needs to be educated. This is why we had told you from a few weeks ago, the new cycle of teaching is to bring man to understand how to interact with the universal community. The talk of today is the world order, new world order. The teaching of today is the universal order. As I said to one of our very close friends from Australia, She said to me, globalists are taking over. I said, no, darling. The universalists are teaching to bring man to community of the universe. This is the purpose of the teaching. Rules of the universe as we take man out of his globalist village of earth. And the secret of knowledge has been with the man, has been taught to the man, and over time has disappeared because man did not create the level of communication of today that every man will be equal. Villages, cities, towns, or whatever kept it to themselves and made it a position of power through what they call clergy. The biggest enemy of the man has been those who hide in these buildings, because before it was where the refuge was. Next time when you pass a church, next time when you listen to a bell of a church, you know what you've been stolen from. What was supposed to be, which is on the mirror work, and what you hear, which is taken from you to reflect it. In the dimension of the universal work, when you travel the span of universe, the intention of the light, the intention of the observation of the light is indication of your existence. When you see the pure light, is indication of the creator and his dimension. Because is what everything else has been rejected and what stays pure. The color we see is the color which has been rejected. What it comes out of. Goes back to the teaching of last week, when, and the teaching of the week before, when I put the 3 layers of the skin, the 3 layers of neutron, proton, and electron, the 3 layers of the soul of the man. The Magraph system we gave you, there is no difference. Now you understand the totality of the work is in understanding the work of the creation, not just for man to be and to take what he likes the way he likes. Man will only understand, see, feels, and everything else to do with the dimension of the creation and nothing else. And in fact, you cannot do anything if you are not, you do not understand, you do not work within the dimension of the creation and what it brings you that dimension. You have to understand the totality of the system which is in front of you indicates what a man will see, what a man has to see, what a man needs to share to see. And this will bring a new dimension to what we call the knowledge of creation.
Okay, we'll allow you to finish it up. There's probably close to another hour within this teaching. So you can go back and review it early and often. And this will add to your knowledge. Hello, Kitty. All right, I think we should go to create the Dome of Peace, which again, I think it's the collective awareness that hasn't been reached. As he said, if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create a position of change. So you can give something in the physicality. It's called the Gans waters. It's really a 2-step process. Again, another twinity. One is releasing Gans waters, and the other is collectively using the power of the soul. So let's hear from Stefania. Any questions or thoughts about what we just heard? again, I never thought really about it. I knew when I see these designs and they look like the flower of life or something that keeps repeating itself. What do we call that? Like in the formation of a snail or a broccoli or something. But these windows have that sort of image for me. But I never connected it with the bells and the frequency and the balance that they were creating for their people in the village. Never thought about that. Mr. Keshe comes and just shares openly this knowledge with us. So again, a profound teaching. If no one has a comment, let's go to create the Dome of Peace. This twinity again, something for the physicality to do and something for the collective energies of the soul to participate in.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Mr. Keshe. So this is the first step, and it has to do with the physicality. The GANs are, in a way, a type of matter state, and you release the GANs waters. That doesn't mean you have to spray them. As it's been cold here the last couple of Sundays, I just decided to pour some GANs water, 50-50, zinc and CO2 down the drain, and then flush it out into the environment. Through the drainage system. It's the same way. He says release the GANs waters. It doesn't have to be sprayed, but it is also fun to create the Dome of Peace that way. But it's something for the physicality to do. Now we go into the second step of creating this Dome of Peace. And again, it's not going to be like ordering a pizza and picking it up. This process, as he said, the world leaders, religious leaders' souls are quite low. So they need a lot of elevation. So this project will continue in a way, but it's also teaching you about yourself, about giving and receiving. And this is the what you'll do in space, as I understand it, in the dimension of energy, you'll be giving and taking energies as you need, or other entities. So this process is, yes, we're trying to create the peace here, but it also has a more extended effect. If we could, you'll carry this knowledge into the universe with you about giving and receiving. There'll be no physicality there. It'll all be the interaction, the taking and giving of fields. So we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which again is the collective power of the soul. And I think Shweta will share this with us. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe. Thank you. If you
Thank you again, Shweta. Everyone knows we're just going to switch real easy into the energy dimension. This is the other side that we're not as familiar with as the matter state side, but let's all collectively, in a peaceful manner, do what Mr. Keshe has asked us to do. And the beauty of it is nobody fails this test. So you've all been successful at using your own reactors in a way to add the energies to other souls that are in need. And this is part of the process. We're not saying we do it for 5 minutes and everything changes, but we're going to continue this process until we reach the permanent, peaceful position of the soul of this planet and its inhabitants. So it all depends on how much of yourself you'd like to give, but it is the collective awareness that I think we're short of. And this will create a position of change by giving. So this is what we're practicing. Nobody fails the test. And now let's just take 2.5 minutes, and this process repeats itself. We'll share the invitation in a moment. Let's just take 2.5 minutes and give from your soul, your energies, your emotions to those in need. Thank you. And thank you all for your continued participation in this process of the elevation of the souls. Again, there's an invitation from the Universal Council to join us on a daily basis at 9 p.m. Let's make sure we're just sharing that. I think we're all familiar with this, but this is our best tool, I think, on affecting the change. Yes, you can buy some people some soap and this and that, but it's the world leaders and the religious leaders that are going to have to relinquish or remove their frocks in a way that they allow some of this technology to come through. And this is what Mr. Keshe is, in a way, getting into right now, opening the books on some of these churches, and it doesn't appear to be all bad in a way. They had a very good use as far as balancing people's illnesses out, and that can be proven historically, I believe. So every day at 9 p.m., join us, whether it's for 1 nanosecond of your life or 1 minute or whatever you'd like to. This, again, is teaching you about your own understanding about yourself and your energies. As he said, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And this gives you, in a way, a time to practice. And the beauty, as I said before, nobody fails this test. If you'd like a formal meeting, we have that as well. If you'd like to meet in Telegram or one of the other platforms every day, including Sundays, as I understand it, the Brazilian team meets. This is their background for the Sunday of the releasing of the GANS waters, and this is the daily intentions, which goes on at different times at different CET or CEST. Right now we're in CET, but very soon we'll be switching over, so the meeting time will change by about an hour. But these are all the different locations where you can join the Brazilian team in a formal meeting. It usually lasts maybe 30 to 40 minutes. Most of it is quiet again, where you're just using the collective power of the souls together. And as we understand, together we're stronger. It's almost like one stick, or you put 50 sticks together. It's much harder to break the 50 sticks, as they say, as opposed to one stick by itself. But you can do it on your own. It's encouraged for you to extend it. And again, it's all about learning about your own energies and the ability to give and to receive. So you don't become poor. You can still be operating in the matter state at your job or your work, continuing that on, and just take a few seconds of your life every day until we reach that collective awareness where the technology will start to manifest itself in the market, as I understand it. Okay, I think that's all. Anyone want to add anything? If not, then I think it's time we switch again over to Alex if he's ready. Thank you, Alex, again for sharing with us. I think he's going to start with the disclaimer, as we always do. The beauty of the disclaimer.
Thank you very much, Mark. So please stand by for incoming beauty.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANS processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you very, very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone's seeing the screen okay. And thank you all for being here on another beautiful Sunday afternoon. And as we all know, we have nothing else to do except to bring peace and prosperity to this planet. And so let us, one second, let us begin. So this is part of the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting, which is a very important meeting, which is why I want to thank everybody for participating here, because we have representation from all the continents around the world. As we follow through on every Thursday, we have the main session that goes around the world, and then on Friday the Brazilian session, and then of course this is our session to try and contribute what we can. And so this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We are in the Intermediate Inertia series. Today we'd like to discuss consistency. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is March the 2nd of 2025. This is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education series. And what we're trying to do, of course, is to distill the knowledge in such a way that each and every one of us has an opportunity to explain it, first of all, to ourselves, and then to our near group of acquaintances, and to prepare ourselves to bring in the rest, because this is a worldwide, and I won't say it's a worldwide movement. This is a worldwide necessity, and it has to do with peace and prosperity and our ability to deliver that. And why not? What is wrong with that, if that is the true intention? And so here we are on the Hesitancy Highway, and we say, well, on this particular highway, we're operating at the lowest energy state. However, this lowest energy state has accumulated the most energy and has come down into the containment of the physicality. And so with this understanding, we're at the frontier crossroads now. And, you know, we love our chuck wagon tailgate parties, and we really depend on those field goal kickers to turn us into winners. And the San Francisco 49ers remember the gold rush. This is now what it's all about. We want to get that, and we're searching for that, because it's our little tiny perfect world. Well, what we have to search for is our way into outer space. And of course, we need to have security in order to do that. So the fact of the matter is, the universe guarantees the security on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And we know that is true because we're here. And the rest of the universe is allowing that to happen. And so the rest of the universe is there. So that guarantee is already in place. And so we're describing, as best as we can, the books of Marantava Cash as they come in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And if your comment might be that, you know, we keep repeating and repeating and repeating, we only repeat for a short period every week. For the rest of the week, we're inundated with knowledge that each and every one of us has discovered is wanting in one way or another. And so each and every one of us has to discover the new universal order of the creation of matter. Because now what we have to see is that we have to take into context other things. So yes, we're familiar with our matter state of physicality, but there's also the dark matter and the antimatter and how those interact. And if they interact, then there is an energy and information that is coming from somewhere, and it needs a vehicle. So we look at the structure of the light. And it is a structure, isn't it? Because the light is carrying this knowledge. And if it's carrying it, it's obviously making a delivery. And we all know that delivery has to come from somewhere and go somewhere. And if you're sending the delivery, then it's coming from you. And if you're receiving the delivery, then it's coming to you. But either way, one side has to communicate with the other side. So what is the other side? And so we see in book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And isn't that nice? You know, we can order the universe and by our delivery service. And in that process, we get our little tiny perfect universe. But we find that there's a sister universe that somehow seems to be more abundant. And so what is stopping us from sharing these universes? So we see for 367 weeks, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace, brought to you by Rick Crammond and the Universal Council. And we see the limitations of the Universal Council is not just earthbound. And so the Universal Council means universal. And universal means beyond our Earth space. Because if it was just our Earth space, then it wouldn't be the Universal Council, it would be the Earth Space Council. So we have to understand that. It's just like the United Nations. The United Nations is uniting the nations from the Earth. What do we define as a nation? Aren't all these nations members of the Earth? So we are just one group of members of the Universal Council. So we have to be governed by rules because we are misbehaviors. So we need to have guidelines. And so we had the 10 Commandments of Moses that told us what not to do. And then we found another 14 commandments, which also told us what not to do. And so we have a complete case of 24, which is very good, because we need to have this knowledge to tell us what not to do. So our life is complete. Except that there's another highway out there, the plasma highway, and it's operating at a higher energy level. And it has different characteristics, different properties. And these are different properties from where we are. We're on the transmission highway. And this transmission highway, of course, involves frequency. And as a result of that frequency, it's at the lowest energy state. And so we say it's a result of the frequency, or is it the frequency is a result of? And what is it a result of? It's a result of what has happened at the transition highway. And the transition highway is appropriately the highway that has been between the higher state and the lower energy state. And so there are on-ramps and off-ramps. And one of those ramps can take us to the transmutation highway. So this is the overriding question is, well, where exactly is this transmutation highway? And maybe this is part of the carbon inertia highways, because there's a carbon connection to all of these highways. So this is like in Canada, we have the King's Highway, and like in the United States, we have the interstate highways. Well, in the universe, we have the carbon inertia highways. And so there we go. So now we know about these highways. Does anyone have a map? And one of the things that we have to figure out is how we come together with these highways. So when we were discussing surface to volume ratios, we found that we were missing one of the things that we need, because we were the observers. And what were we observing? So we were observing the three feeding dimensions. And as a result, we got an answer, and that is the fourth feedback dimension. But let's remember, the feeding dimensions are still there. So which dimension do we belong to? So part of the thing is that the feeding dimensions are still there, and that's part of our belief. And so what we experience is we experience our beliefs. And so that's how we get the feedback. And how do we know that we experience our beliefs? And how do we know that the experience is part of the feedback dimension? Well, because when we don't know something, we tend to fudge it. But the thing is, what we see is what we observe. And so what we observe is actually part of the feedback. And so we can give that feedback and say, well, this is what I experienced. And as a result of that experience, and this is what I believe. So you continue feeding that, not realizing, of course, that we experience our beliefs. So in order to make the opposite true, we kind of have to fudge things, don't we? So we really are part and parcel of the continuation of this understanding and acceptance. And so it's correct to ask, is our understanding and acceptance correct? What is correct is that we are the observers, and what we're observing is part of our feedback, and it's affecting what we term is our reality. So if we're looking at the carbon inertia highways, and if we're looking at the maps of North America, there are many highways. So we never did state which highway. We just called it the carbon inertia highway. And so we have different numbers of highways. Well, we have different numbers of carbon as well. And we have touched on discussing carbon highways from 8, 10, 12, 14, and 16. And of course, there are some smaller highways in between. And they're not shown here. But the thing about it is that we're not sure if we can go from one highway to another highway within the same energy state, or can we switch energy states and go from one highway in one energy state to another highway in another energy state? And then how do we determine that? And since this is all we see, well, what we don't see is on the other side. And so there's a convergence of those carbon inertia highways. And so the question is, what is the limitation of our vision? What is the limitation of our observation? And why are we asking so many questions? And why didn't we ask them before, when we were students? Right? Because it wasn't important. So what we're talking about now is less important. Are we nickel and diming ourselves? Or are we at the plasma inertia junctions? And which junction is it? If we were able to transition from one energy state to another state, then there has to be a transition state in between, what we call a transfer state. But in order to achieve that, we have to have the transition matter state and the transfer state, and that becomes the one track, and then we go to another track, and so we could have a high inertia junction. But we could also have a medium inertia junction. And well, let's keep going. We could also have a low inertia junction. So there's no real reason here why we have an inertia either lower or higher from what our observation tells us. And so maybe we guess at it. Or maybe what we have to understand is that in all cases, there is an inertia junction. And just because we are maintaining one viewpoint, maybe there's another viewpoint. And how do we decide which one? And then how do we decide that that's the one? And that's not accounted for in it. The only thing that we account for is the fact that we know that in order to make a reference, you have to reference to something. And then you have to reference from something as opposed to something else. So the energy transfer then becomes part of the conservation of energy, doesn't it? And the conservation of energy follows the rules of the conservation of inertia. And that becomes then manifested to the MAGRAPH energy transfer state. And so we know that this is true because we've seen a difference from the atomic state, the nanostate, and the GaN state. But the thing is that when we set this up, we only had two states. And in fact, before we even started with that, we only had the one state. Well, if we decide to start with one state and bring in a second state and then materialize a third state, there is no accounting as which is the first state and which is the other state, because it could be the first state, and which is the combination state, and which reference of combination are we referencing to? And so, oh dear, we have many, many choices. And there's nothing here that tells us why one choice would be more susceptible than another, except to say that, well, there is a difference. And so what is missing is the consistency. When we say the consistency, the Knowledge Seekers workshops come every week consistently. The One Nation workshops come together consistently. The Brazilian team broadcasts consistently, and so does the North American team. And there are many parallel teams working consistently. So we have a balance of understanding where some people talk about consistency actually being chaotic. And so there is a consistency of the chaotic environment. And for some of us, we think that's normal. So if it is chaotic, if it is without reason, then the reason becomes random. Because there's no particular reason for something to happen chaotically with any consistency. So in order for something to manifest consistently, it has to have a consistency. But when the consistency is chaotic, then the chance of it manifesting consistently is really very random. And so what is the factor that's at play here? Because it's not shown. And so we see that there is a religious consistency. We see that there's a scientific consistency. And of course, what is near and dear to our hearts is the practical consistency. So what is important for us in a consistent manner is what is practical for us. So can we bring this scientific knowledge in such a manner where there's a practical application that all of us can relate to? Because there is one thing that is consistent about all of us, is that we're dependent on the practical application in our earth space here. And so what we all need to really know, and what really matters to us, is what is the factor that is at play. Because we all want some kind of stability in our life, and of course, we would like to have security. So there is a security in the universe because the way the universe is created. It exists from energy, and that energy is always positive. So the charge has nothing to do with its positivity or negativity. It has to do with its motion, because the energy is always in motion. And so if it's motion, it means it's coming to or going from. And so when we look at the universal order of creation of matters, we see that, well, wait a second, the matter state is a combination of matter, dark matter, and antimatter, which means it's energy coming together. But this energy that's coming together is all of different energy states. And so if it's of different energy states, is it all coming from the same place? In other words, how can different energy states come from the same place, or do all of these energy states come from different places? But if these different places are part of the creation of matter, then they themselves would have to have a convergence of energy of different energy states. So it becomes a moot point, doesn't it? If you're saying, do these energy states all come from different places, when all the different places have the same requirements? So therefore, there's no accounting for saying that a certain energy state comes from a certain location. It's just talk. And that's what we're doing here. We're just talking and trying to figure out, well, wait a second. Everything that matters to us in the practicality is in the physical energy state, but now we have to acknowledge that it can come from somewhere else. So when these energies come together, we always see when things come together, it becomes a point of conflict. But in the plasma rule, that point of conflict could be a binding zone. And in that binding zone, instead of having a conflict where the higher strength eats the weaker strength, we have a binding zone where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so this binding energy is obviously very important for us in our own self-serving needs because it gives us our physicality. And then so we've achieved this energy binding by the coming together of all of these energies from somewhere or other. And if we don't know where that comes from, maybe we should ask the carrot. But if the carrot is dangling at the end of the stick, and then you have to chase the carrot holding the stick, that becomes exhausting. So it's much easier to steal it from someone, isn't it? Take that energy binding that we need and take it from someone else at their expense. Makes it easier for us. But now they were depending on that energy binding. So what have we done? We put them in our league of requiring the energy binding in a self-serving manner, but at the expense of others. Well, who are those others? Well, it could be us. It could be the person you robbed. Now they want to rob you back. It could be the person you're at war with. Now that they want to war back. It could be the person that you abused. Maybe they're in no position to abuse back. But does that mean there's no penalty? So we have a delay in consequences in our physicality, which allows us to contemplate that. And so in that process, we develop, and it's amazing that a lot of people subscribe to this chaos theory, and they live that way. And is that really what life is? Is life chaotic? So we understand that something manifests as something. But something can manifest as something else. So which something does it manifest into, and what is determining that? Well, if we depend on a chaotic life, then we can say the chaotic manifestation is random, which means that the random manifestation would be accidental. But why would something manifest as something as opposed to something else? So that something needs to be predetermined by a selection, and that is not shown. So this chaotic life then becomes a random selection. And it gets reduced to the lowest common denominator, which means that the chaotic life becomes a magic trick. And isn't this what the magician says? Pick a card, any card will do. Yeah, random picking. So what is randomness? And how does it apply if our life is chaotic? Or is life consistent? because something is something for a reason, and therefore something is something else, but for another reason can't be something else for the same reason. If the reason is the same, then something is something. But if it's another reason, then it has to be something else. So whichever something it is, it has to be predetermined by a reason. So something is consistently predetermined. So therefore, life becomes chaotic by consistently ignoring the reason. And so we become short order cooks. And just because we know the recipe implies the consistency of the meal. But is that the only factor? Because the reproduction of that meal has embedded energies. So the quality of that meal is dependent on who is the chef. So when we talk about consistency in the physical state, polymers are very consistent. They consistently reproduce. They reproduce in a chain and keep reproducing in a chain or a matrix. And if there's a reason, that reason would be in the chain replication of the plasma state. Because the reasons in the plasma state and the manifestation from the plasma state manifests into the chain replication. But there's a different kind of chain. We call it the protein. And so we know that proteins can consistently reproduce. If you've ever had an accident, maybe scraped your knee, you've damaged your skin, which is protein, and it repairs itself consistently. So cells can repair themselves. And it's done consistently. So we have a polymeric consistent reproduction, and we have a protein consistent reproduction. Two different somethings must be two different reasons. That reason must be embedded in the plasma state. So in our discussion of the relationships is dependent on the tensity of the containment. So in order for us to have a magrev, it has to be in balance. So what we say, the magnetical and gravitational field forces. So we look at the scientific community, and they have a balance between the conservation of magnetic fields and the conservation of energy. And then we look at the spiritual community, and they have a balance between the spirituality and the soul state. And then, of course, the rest of us are trying to figure out what is the practical application of this, because most of the time what we give credence to is the awake state, and what we disregard and discount is the dream state. And so this is where the plasma state and the plasma science comes in, because it adds to the knowledge. And so by adding to the knowledge, we can affect the rate of change, because the rate of change is different. And what are the reasons for that to be different? So we, as part of our creation, which they call us the four-wheelers, because we're mobile, but to be more mobile, we get into vehicles. And so that becomes part of our environment. So that becomes our natural creation. But it has to be balanced off by the natural decay. But if we say that that is something, then what is the factor? And so we see that there's an inertia bonding factor. And that's our point of view, isn't it? Because we're the observers. So the bonding factor, and we like to apply our reasons to it. So if we don't really understand the reason, then we have to kind of fudge things. And so we become the bonding fudge factor, which is telling us the reason, which is balanced off by the natural decay, which of course is balanced off by the natural creation on the other side. And so in order to create this balance, we have a magrav on one side and a magrav on the other side, and the balance between the two overall create a magrav of the four-wheelers of creation. That's what we are. And so there's a magnetical dependency. So when we talk about the attraction, these are gravitational field forces of intensity, but they're part of the feedback. It's the repulsion of the magnetical forces of the outtensity that is part of the feeding. And so each one of these is represented atomically as either an electron or a neutron. And I'm sure you can see the difference here. And of course, it also depends on which way you're looking. I can see the difference. Can you see the difference? And then, of course, we have hard dimension. That's the dimension that we choose, right? Because that's our matter state plasma, and that's our matter state inertia. Except that it's a matter state of physicality. And isn't it funny? It gives us gravitational stability, but the chickens and the cows and the fish and the vertical people all have the same selection dimension by the same criteria. What's the difference? So we see them eat, and we want them to eat lots, right? So that we can raise them so that we can eat them. So there's a consistent chain of events there, isn't it? And then, of course, we have a contention for this planet. We depend on this planet. But since our humanity civilization has all these different humanities, these different civilizations, or maybe we should call them the uncivilizations, because we all seem to be at war. And we all seem to have our own prejudice. So naturally, our own self-serving needs are our prejudicial source, prejudicial choice. And if it is in conflict with your prejudicial choice, then we may end up at war. And that's not very civilized, is it? And then we were forced to introduce the cups of life. The warmongers did that. And this was our response. We didn't call it the cup of the warmongers, or we didn't call it the cup of the lockdowns. We called it the cup of life. And it wasn't just one cup. This was a reflection of our understanding of the monatomic science and how it affected our inner space. And we were able to manifest ganses like copper, calcium, zinc, and copper, water, amino acid, but these are all molecular structures. In other words, bringing elements together, more than one, makes a molecule. And so these ganses became a radiance manifestation. And of course, the shiniest one is gold. We like it because it glitters. But what we really like is the manifestation of the physicality, because we need to be fed. So if the rules of feeding the cows and chickens, etc., are the same as the rules that feed us, then why do we need them to feed us? Why do we need them to satisfy our hunger? And what are we hungry for? So we have a duality to take care of. Part is the physical structure and part is the emotional structure. And we see that in the cup of man. But then we introduce the soul, and it's still the cup of the man, except now it's extended to the cup of the soul. And all three come together into this one field. But that field is different from what we see as the cup of the universe, which involves our mind. And when we look at our mind, we say it's a mind, a brain, but it has two sides, a left and a right side, just like the cups of life. And so the brain gets fed. And the feeding of the brain gets a feedback from the physicality. And of course, we're the observers. So are we observing from our brain, or are we observing from our physical body? Well, of course, the truth is the brain is a physical part of the body. So the answer is yes and yes. And so that doesn't say anything. That doesn't really give us the reason, except to understand that there's another factor to take into account, and that's the physicality of the earth. So in order for us to interact with the physicality of the earth, which is beyond the physicality of the man, isn't it? So we have the brain interacting with, and in such a manner to have the inertia of the mind manifest into the physicality of the man. And then the inertia of the mind has to interact with the physicality of the earth. And so that intermediary becomes the soul of the physicality. And the soul of the physicality is the inertia manifestation of the inertia of the mind. And it, in combination with the inertia of the mind and the inertia of the physicality of the earth, manifests into the physicality of the man. And that is a sequence that is very, very important, because you can't go nowhere. You can only go somewhere. And so the earth had to be here first. And in order for the earth to be here first, it had to produce ganses. And the reason it had to do that was because it has to manifest in physicality. So the ganses became a representation of that physicality. And they're all different, except that they're all part of the earth. So we have a sentimental pie in the sky. We call it Earth. And that's where we are, somewhere. And we determine that not by being somewhere. We had to determine that by going somewhere where we're not. So we were not Venus, we're not Mars. So we're part of the Earth. And we rotate around the sun, as does Venus, as does Mars. In fact, all the planets rotate around the sun, and we all maintain a position that is consistent through the rotation and every subsequent rotation. And this is good. So if our planets are working like electrons, then can we say that the sun is our neutron? And if the sun were to be our neutron, then for those on Jupiter, they would say the same thing. Their sun is their neutron. And what about those from Neptune? Well, their sun is also their neutron. But their sun is our sun. So what's the factor? So we have to look at what happens with the neutron. And so we see that there's atomic dependency because we know that there are different atoms. And yet we describe each atom the same way, very consistently. There's a neutron, there's a proton, there's an electron, but in the plasma science, there's also a PM tick. And what's very interesting is that if we're talking about a charge, which is the charge in motion, and that has to be a relationship that is dependent. So if we look at the surface of the volume of the PM tick, we find it's the smallest. So that has the highest negative charge. And it has the highest negative charge compared to everything here. But then if we look at the atom, which is a combination of electron proton, then we find that the electron has a higher surface to volume ratio than the proton. So the electron is negative, the proton is positive. But if we look at the combination, which is an atom, and compare that to the neutron, then we could see that the atom is a negative charge and the neutron is positive. But here comes the anomaly. Opposite poles attract. And yet, here we have the creation of the universe exemplified with the neutron breaking up into an electron-proton combination and a PM tick. So it's a separation. It's an opposition. It's opposite to what we understand. So, like, what's the factor that's causing this? So, when we talk about elemental protons, we find that each element has a different number of protons. Oh my, here's a little complication. And with the number of protons, we can add the number of neutrons. But in the absence of a neutron, is the atomic number the neutron? Or in the absence of a neutron, is a proton a neutron? But then the question is, can an element exist without a neutron? Well, according to the explanation of what an atom is, which is an electron-proton combination, then the answer would be yes. So when we look at the periodic table of prejudice, we see that each number represents an element. And the number of that element is represented by the number of protons. But then we find that it doesn't always have a one-to-one relationship from protons to neutrons. It does in the lower ranks, but it doesn't in the higher ranks. But what we've had to accept is that all of the elements have a neutron because that affects the mass, doesn't it? Except for the hydrogen, it doesn't have a neutron. So we have had to make a concession in the periodic table and say, we are not going to organize this by the number of neutrons. We're going to organize it by the number of protons. But then what we have to say is that the minimum of proton is the consistent aspect of the atomic detail. But if we were to say that you really cannot exist without a neutron, then we would have to assign a different number, which is to say all of the elements on the periodic table of elements have a neutron except for one. So do we kowtow to that one? Or do we say, well, the periodic table is a democracy and everybody has a neutron, and if you don't have a neutron, you don't have a mass, or you don't deserve to be on the periodic table? Or if we are going to count that as our gravitational part, then we have to say, just a moment, maybe the hydrogen doesn't occupy the number one position, it would occupy the 0 position. But, you know, we fudge things kind of. So we say, well, there's a hydrogen that it kind of doesn't have a neutron. And then we have a hydrogen that does occupy the number one position because that keeps the Earth space range details consistent. And so this becomes a bit of a problem when we look at, in the beginning, how the neutron came before the atom. So if the hydrogen atom only has electron proton, then that would make sense. Because from the neutron comes the hydrogen atom and a PM tick. And so we use that to explain how we came from the darkness. And so we say, well, let there be light. Yes. And so the light comes by the PM ticks, which are magnetical, right? And they converge into the Magravs state of the principal transition matter and convergence matter and convert itself to a plasma state, which of course is only in the plasmagen state and not in the physical state until it interacts with the field state of the Earth space, and then interacting becomes a field interaction, which we call inertia, establishing a gravitational Magrav field that we call, well, we call that our life, isn't it? So this is part of our makeup of the matter plasma dimension. And this is how we can account and kind of say, well, look, there is a physical state because we can touch it and see it. We call that the gravitational feedback system. But there's a plasmatic state, which is part of the magnetical feeding system, because we can't touch it and we can't see it. But, you know, since we are fed and we have the feedback and we're the observers, we are observing what we want to observe, and so we make that choice, and so we become feedback dominant, forgetting is where things come from. And then we have the anomaly of the positron, which we said last week is the antiparticle of an electron. It has all the properties of an electron except for the polarity. So the polarity of the electrical charge, which is positive. And therefore, a positron can simply be considered an electron having a positive unit electrical charge. Wow. So looking at the atomic mass, we said that the neutron to proton ratio is variable. So therefore, the neutron mass is variable. We know the proton mass is variable because we can add it incrementally by integer. That's a unit of number. And it's sequential. But in the case of the hydrogen, when is the neutron a proton? Or when is a proton a neutron? Is that the better question? Or the electron mass we know is also different because it's affected by the neutron. But when is an electron a positron? Because they're interchangeable, aren't they? So when we're looking at the core dependency, I would say, okay, well, we have electron and we know it's magnetical, and we have a neutron we know is gravitational, but there's no accounting to say why one is magnetical and one is gravitational. And there's no accounting to say, well, what's an electron and what's a positron? And there's no accounting to say what's a neutron and what's a proton. But what we do say is there's a combination of three energy states of matter, antimatter, and dark matter. So there's no reason for it to change. And so we're the observer, and so we can make an arbitrary decision, right? And we can just say whatever suits our fancy and fudge it our way so that it comes out that we understand what we're talking about. But what we do know is that there's an inner space containment, and that containment is based on the tensity of the creation of the maggrav. So in order for a maggrav to exist, it has to have a maggrav state plus a magnetical, and it has to be balanced off by a maggrav state plus the gravitational. And so the out tensity has to be balanced off by the intensity. So the out tensity is part of the emission, and the intensity is part of the absorption. And so the balance of what we emit and what we absorb is the inertia of the neutron. That becomes part of our inner space containment. And we have a gravitational confirmation of that because, well, let there be light. And then here comes the color that we see in the hydrogen, which is part of the emission spectrum. And it's a unique fingerprint. And in this emission spectrum, we see all the colors except for the colors that the hydrogen absorbs. We don't see those colors. And in fact, it's the same is true with the oxygen. And so this gravitational confirmation, of course, is all the magnetical force fields coming together from the sun, from the earth, and from the universe. And in order to manifest these colors, we have to have a spectrum dependency depending on what we're looking at. Are we looking at the absorption spectrum or are we looking at the emission spectrum? So in order to understand the uniqueness of the fingerprint in the absorption spectrum, what we don't see is what it is. In the emission spectrum, what we do see is what it is. And that is true for carbon, It has an absorption spectrum and an emission spectrum, perfectly aligned, but opposite, where the absorption and the emission are two different spectra. Oxygen has the same thing. So we can choose one or the other, but we have to understand that the fingerprint is actually the true identification of the atomic structure. And the atomic structure includes more than just one. But if we look at the basic hydrogen dependency, we find that the gases all come together in pairs. That's true of nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. And then when we look at the nature, the properties of the hydrogen, we find that it can be orthohydrogen or it can be parahydrogen. And the parahydrogen involves a flipping of one of the poles of the hydrogen. And so our original question, can common poles attract? Well, they repel. So opposite poles attract. But if they repel on one side, then they repel on the other side. And if they attract on one side, then they attract on the other side. So we can see a straight line. And so when we look at us as organic beings, we find that when we look at the nature of us, which is essential fatty acids, we find that they're made in chains. And the question that's on the mind is, well, how do these chains bond together? And so there has to be some kind of attraction. And that attraction is based on the pole flipping. And we know that to be true because when we look at the gas connection of water, we find that the two hydrogen repel each other to a certain degree. And the hydrogen is a gas. And the oxygen is a gas. But when we add the two together, we get water. And the water quenches fire. And as we said, you know, there was a time when we know because hydrogen is lighter than air, that we used it to make airships. But, you know, they burn in the presence of oxygen. But if we take that oxygen and combine it with carbon as carbon dioxide, then that quenches the fire. But the difference is carbon dioxide is heavier than air and hydrogen is lighter than air. So there's an energy implied in the essential fatty acids. And so we call them aliphatic hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons. Hydro means water. So we have these straight connections, but there are bent connections. These are not aliphatic, they're called aromatic, right? Because of the way they link up. So the aromatic compounds are cyclic molecules that contain alternating single and double bonds. So they have to bend. They have no choice. And so that becomes part of our cell membranes. All cells have membranes, and the membranes are made of fatty acids. But the fatty acids are chains of carbon aliphatic molecules, meaning that the poles are flipped. And as a result, they're highly elastic and even fluidic. And this is a good thing because we like to be able to move around and we like our food to be chewable and digestible, and so we look at the combination of the carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen being part of our amino acids. And so we're not only four-wheelers, but we're also amino foodies. We like to eat. We like our livestock to eat, our crops. We like them to eat, and then we like to eat them. So there's a containment dependency on all of these. But when we look at the nature and the signature of the hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, we can only detect them when they come together. But each has an individual fingerprint. That fingerprint gets lost. That individual fingerprint gets lost when we bring them all together. Except now, if we introduce this positron, and it's part of the potassium 40 decay that releases a positron, so the electron's antimatter twin. So we also contain a small amount of antimatter. I can't say if this is true. I haven't counted. We produce 4,000 positrons per day. It's 180 per hour. Doesn't seem to be very productive. I don't know. But we do know that bananas are a source of antimatter. That's because the bananas contain a tiny amount of radioactive form of potassium. So as it decays, it produces positrons. So that's the antimatter counterpart of electrons. And so whether it's an anti-electron, what we call a positron, it would also repel the proton since it has a positive charge. So the electron repels the proton. The positron repels the proton. So if the electrons are energy in motion and the positrons are energy in motion, then they're mathematically equivalent to electrons moving backwards in time. But, you know, are we moving forward in time or backwards in time when we have both electrons and positrons, and do they balance each other out? Well, obviously, we have more electrons than positrons, according to the previous disclosure, so we're moving forward. But the thing is, we also have a cellular consistency. The cells regenerate consistently. The organelles regenerate consistently. Organs regenerate consistently. So the regeneration is targeted consistently. And if you don't know, the nose knows. When you scratch your knee, the knee cells get repaired, and then you scratch your nose, the nose cells get repaired. So it's a bullseye when you lock in on the target. And so that becomes part of the plasma chain. But that plasma chain then comes together in the gravitational neutron, which is a balance between the intensity and the external intensity. The internal maintaining a pressure. Because if it didn't maintain that pressure, it would collapse. So there has to be a plasma chain consistency. So we have the gravitational neutron, but it's balanced by the out-tensity interaction. Then we got the helium, and that's a stable isotope of the element helium. And it consists of 2 protons and 2 neutrons. And we find that its use as a gas is causing a gas dependency, where the NASA uses helium to generate, to keep hot gases and ultra cold liquid fuel separated. This is important during liftoff of rockets. Arc welding also uses helium to create an inert gas shield. So, and underwater divers and others working under pressure can use a mix of helium and oxygen to create a safe artificial breathing atmosphere, right? Because the maximum amount of hydrogen that you want in that atmosphere is 21%. So we'd like to stay within the 18 to 21% range. And so the helium can make that up. And so the problem with gases, of course, is they take up all the space that you allow. And so when you mix these things, they have a consistency. And the thing about the helium is it doesn't blend with the oxygen. It maintains its structure. It maintains its fingerprint. And so if you were looking at a helium-oxygen mixture and you wanted to see its fingerprint, you could clearly see the overlapping of the spectrum of the helium with the spectrum of the oxygen. So if the gas of the oxygen were to expand into its environment, and the gas of the helium were to expand into its environment, how does the helium maintain its consistency? And how does the oxygen maintain its consistency when the two of them are overlapping within the same field of containment? So we've seen that there's a transmutation black hole, if you will, because in the physicality, the helium is at one point on the scale. It's magnetical because it has a atomic number of 2, and oxygen is gravitational, has an atomic number of 8. And yet, when you bring them together, they maintain their consistency within that containment. So there must be something that is balancing that containment, because they're both overlapping within the same field. And we don't see what that is. Well, frankly, we don't even see what the gas is until we do a spectroscopy. So what are these factors? Well, there has to be a consistent spectrum. But we can have a consistent spectrum in different locations. And then in a consistent location, we can have different spectra manifested. So this becomes kind of confusing. So neither the spectrum and neither the location is the factor. What is consistent is the manifestation. And this manifestation can be in different locations and in different bodies. So there is a consistent factor, but this consistent factor contributes to the changeable properties. And it's not shown here, is it? But it is demonstrated with a susceptibility to where we can see that we can go from different energy states, like the atomic state, nanostate, and GAN state, or we can go in the physical matter to the plasmatic matter. And then we're just the observers. And then we have to figure out, well, which dimension are we observing? Because we're in the 4th dimension and we can only get to choose 3. And so in the majority of cases, we only choose the physical dimensions. And we say, well, that's what we see is what we get. But the truth of the matter is that the physicality is part of the gravitational neutron, which comes together from the physicality inertia. But that physicality inertia is part of the gravitational neutron of the inertia field. And that gravitational neutron is also part of the plasma inertia. And that gravitational neutron is also part of the humanity inertia. Oh my God. So here we are as the observer dimension. We have 4 different dimensions that we can choose to observe. And how do we know which one to choose? And which one is the one that is the factor? Well, the factor is that we are the gravitational confirmation. We are here as a result of the light. So and say, let there be light, well, let there be humanity. We are the gravitational trackers of the energy coming from the sun, the earth, and the universe. So if that is the case, and then we see the manifestation of energy in different sequences, starting at the lowest energy state, which is magnetic, and then goes to electric, and then electromagnetic, and atomic, and higher to nuclear, and higher to plasma. And we have the soul of the body and the soul of the man. And well, this is good. So this is our little staircase to heaven, I guess. But, you know, we can jump the steps, and it's a two-way street. So as we said, we have the natural creation and the natural decay, which has to do with the maggrav plus the magnetical and the maggrav plus the gravitational. And so we have an emission and we have an absorption and we have a balance, and we can go in either way, but we don't have the factor here. And we know that the Earth space had to go through a transmutation state to bring together these 3 dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis. And it had to be here before us. And so the Earth space came from outer space. And in order to have these 3 dimensions, it had to have a factor to manifest these 3 states. And so there was a consistency, the X and the Y, Z axis. And if the Earth space came from the outer space transmutation state, well, so did we. It's just that the Earth space had to be here first. So where did it come from? And now that we're here, well, where did we come from? And did we come from the same place? Because our fingerprint is different from the Earth space fingerprint. Or is it? Are we finding that all the elements of the periodic table are within our physicality as well? So in order to move somewhere, there has to be a substitution, that is a transference of the gravitational dominance. So at that point of substitution, the intensity has to equal 0 and the outintensity has to equal 0. But the gravitational conformation remains. So does it remain from the place it comes from, or does it remain from the place it goes to? And which way does it go? So if it remains on one, it has to dissolve on the other. And so the substitution point is within this black hole field. We have to decide which way we're going. And again, how do we know which way we're going? We know the sequence. We can go from the atomic to the monatomic to the polyatomic to the field state, and then we can go beyond. But we can also go beyond in the other direction, where we have the so-called Coulomb barrier. How can we go into the other direction? Well, there's an intensity, there's an inner space. And in that intensity, it becomes of a higher density and a convergence of forces. Where do they go? So, are we just a reflection or are we an illusion? And as we are pioneering this planet, we pioneered America. And we're still pioneering America. So we have to figure out where we're going, because that's what life is all about. And so it's a big problem. Well, how big is large? And if that sounds complicated, look at the problem we're having with physics, where we have the weak nuclear forces, and they're weak because they're far away. But these far nuclear forces involve planets, and planets are big. So these weak nuclear forces have to be really, really strong. But we say the strong nuclear forces are near because they're part of the atomic structure, and we have the atomic structure here handy right within our little tiny perfect world. And so because they're near, they're actually weak. So those nuclear forces are actually weak. And so that sounds like a contradiction in terms, until we start to realize that when we bring the soul food in and we tune in, turn on, and drop out of our objections, if we provide the pattern, we get the energy. And so this energy is a convergence of the amino energy that comes together in the amino star from the oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, and the hydrogen. And so getting back to the core component, we said the electron is magnetical and the neutron is gravitational. But they're both made the same way. So what's the factor? The core dependency is the factor. But, we can't tell really which one is the electron and the neutron. We kind of have to stand in the middle and ponder this. So let's ponder if there's an overlapping core dependency here. Because we know through the periodic table of elements that we have different masses. So different masses have to have different neutrons. For sure, they have different protons, and for sure, they have different electrons. So are we overlapping here? And, the neutrons are bigger than the electrons. So does that work? Or do we have a core dependency where the neutron has overlapping fields and the electrons? Well, now we can account why we have more electrons. And because they're all the same charge, they stay apart. But we said that the neutron in relationship to the electron is positive, and so is the proton. So how come the negative electron does not crash into the positive neutron? And so there has to be a core consistency, and that is to compensate for the charge. The neutron has to increase its surface to volume ratio. So it actually has to be smaller. But the neutron is bigger. So the stronger nuclear force is smaller, and the weaker nuclear force is bigger. But how does the balance happen? Well, energy is always in motion. And so, like the planets and how they rotate around the sun, the electrons have a magnetical consistency. They rotate around the neutron, which harks back to my question. Is the sun our neutron? We haven't even talked about the protons in this case here. Well, what we are talking about is the core consistency, which is to say, the magnetical residue that we get is coming from the gravitational core of the universe. And the gravitational core has created the sun, has created the earth, and it has created the humanity. So there's a core consistency, which is to say, we have to take into account all the different energy transactions. So there's a possibility, if we look closely, we can have a balance between our physicality in the one energy state, but we can have a balance with the GAN state in another physical state. Which is the representation of the atomic state. Or we can have a relationship between the physical state and the plasmatic state. Or we could have a relationship between the plasmatic state of the near matter state and the plasmatic state of the universal state. And so there has to be a core consistency in order to be able to transcend from the basis of our transmission state to the transmutation state. We know that the Earth space has done that because here we are in the beyond the Sanya conference era, where we have demonstrated the gold GANs, and that GANs has been able to manifest into the physical gold itself. And we can do that through the predictability of our understanding and maintain a consistency regardless of location. And this is true for us as well, because we can move around this planet. And so our soul has a consistency. And so it's consuming energy and absorbing energy and emitting energy consistently. And we know that that energy is coming from our soul, which has a consistency, which is coming from the universal core consistency. And so when we look at the pH of a magrav, then we have to account that the speed of rotation affects the transmutation transition, doesn't it? So it could stay on the transmission level and the transmission highway, or it could stay on the transmutation highway, and then it could come back. And so the measure of our blue planet is the balance of the intensity and the outintensity. And it happens to be in the spectrum of blue. And so we have many points of the field strength of the dove. The field strength is the potentiation layers of our emission. So we need to do more research, and the Keshe Foundation is looking to bring together the space plasma research teams. And there's continuous call out for the top scientists around the world who have the awareness and the understanding of the possibilities to bring peace and prosperity to this planet. And we as individuals have to learn the rules of the transmutation flight. And so we're in training from February to April of this year on learning how to do that. And it's a continuous process. And part of that has to be in our understanding that this has always been within our ability. But, in order to understand transmutation, we have to understand the range transition, how it transcends the inertia fields. And these inertia fields are all part of the transmutation dimensions. Every one of them is an inertia field, and the laws of conservation govern the covalent, trivalent, and tetravalent bonding attributes. So the containment of inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. And the soul of man cannot be abandoned nor compromised. And the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. This is the integrity of man. So there's an inertia unity consistency. So where the path link and susceptibility affects the emission of attention and is balanced by the emission of retention. And this interacts to create the emission of intention. So this creates a balance of the contention of equality. And so it leads us to an important conclusion here that we have to get our antennas up to get this message of feeding and this feedback manifestation. We have to tune our transmission to these transition zones, where the selection of one force is magnetical and is balanced by the force selection of another gravitational force. And the resulting selections feed the magrav manifestation. So the conclusion is that the selection manifestation is predetermined. Who is doing the choosing? So your emission of intention consistently affects the standard folding deviation, leaves no room for war by choosing the peace dome of intention. And the transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. Why are we preoccupied with this? Why is this so important? Is it our responsibility to create a peace dome? Is it our responsibility to balance with the peace dome? And if we're the ones who are choosing, well, what is the alternative and why is it there? And so we've been discussing for 579 weeks in a row through the Knowledge Seekers workshops, looking for the greater oneness, the oneness of the humanity civilization. And we say that we're suddenly transcending. Is it sudden? Well, the planet's been around for billions of years. So what we've been trying to do for maybe a few thousand years in comparison is really sudden. It's a sudden transcending of the limitations of nuclear science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, and we're welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. Choose it. Sign it. Bring about the peace dome. We're all four-wheelers in a three-dimensional feeding inertia, but there are no straight lines to connect the dots of the fields of inertia. And can man go into outer space without a peace dome? We do that every night. And is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? Who says? Well, how do we impart the transition of energy states of inertia? And that's all part of the learning, and we all have to go through that in our own way, because the inertia has consistent glitter throughout the physical transmission dimensions. So plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on earth. And that is the end of this lesson, and thank you all for enjoying. Welcome to the new outer space age.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for sharing your understanding of this. I didn't realize it was so simple, but thank you for sharing. Let's see if the participants have been prompted to raise a question. Anyone would like to come in, please? I didn't realize the creation of water was so easy. I just take a sphere and put some hydrogen gas in there and some oxygen gas, and I create water. Is that what you were saying, Alex? Why would they go through all the desalinization processes and the costs and so on to get a little bit of water when they can just create the water by mixing the hydrogen gas and the oxygen gas? Or is it that simple?
Well, we know that the burning of methane gas produces carbon dioxide and water. So we know some things, and
but I don't know if you'd get rivers of water out of that, would you? You may get some moisture, some drops, a little bit, but they're using these plants for desalinization to create rivers of water. By burning the gas, would you get such rivers?
well, if you look at the rain makes a river drop at a time, doesn't it?
Makes a whole ocean.
Exactly. So, but there are oceans that are underground. So are those oceans created exclusively from the rain, or are those oceans created the same way that oil is created, or that all the minerals are created, the copper, the gold, the zinc?
Right, but I'm saying you just take a sphere and put some hydrogen gas and some oxygen gas and you'll get water. Maybe it's a business I'd like to go into, especially in the drier parts of the world. It doesn't seem like there's much to it.
when you look at the four essentials of life, right? Clean air, clean water, clean food, and shelter. So on that basis, we could say after air, water is the next important one. And here we are in the year 2025. We still have a problem delivering water through our, municipalities to deliver clean, potable drinking water to our homes. So much so that in the United States now, with the introduction of AI and through a program written by AT&T, they have gone back to the way we delivered. Most of you are probably too young to remember when they delivered coal. They put a conveyor belt into the basement and poured the coal in, and it created quite a dust storm. I remember that because my mother was yelling at me to get out of the basement when they were doing this delivery, but I wanted to see how it got done, and it was quite exciting, but it was also quite dangerous at the time because I didn't want to get buried by all the coal coming through the window. But then we went into oil, and the oil trucks would come and deliver the oil to us and put it in a tanker. And that was in the basement. So we had to clear the area where the coal was and put in an oil tanker. Well, here today in the year 2025, we are now installing tanks for holding water. And through this app, we are able to determine when this water needs to be delivered. So we are using the same delivery system, the same plan, if you will, the same operation, just change the product that we're delivering. And, I forgot to mention one, we used to deliver milk on a regular basis to the homes as well, right? So, the milkman is gone, but the waterman is here and he's delivering to the homes. Why is he doing that? Why would someone want to have a reservoir at their home to get the water in? Well, because there's a need. And why is that need not being provided by the municipality? What's the problem? And we accept that? We accept that as normal? Really?
No, but in that instance, with the coal in the water, they're not creating any coal. They're not creating any water. They're just moving water or coal from one area to another.
And
So
how comical is that?
nobody's creating water here.
Yeah. So how comical is that? That's just an answer to your question. How modern are we? So we have basic structures. All of us have basic structures. I mean, let's face it. Moonshiners were distilling whiskey, and before that, people were distilling water to purify the water, right? So, what we're doing here is distilling the knowledge. Well, if we supposedly have this knowledge, and if we supposedly have this, viewpoint that we are superior, how come we're superior and we're still using ancient technology? So there's a deficiency somewhere. And, frankly, coming from Canada, we have an abundance of water, and yet we sell bottled water here. So, you're right to ask is, what's the problem? What's holding things up? Well, who do we ask? Well, we have to ask the governing bodies. We have to ask the academics. We have so many academics and so many universities. And if you ask the professors the same question that you just asked, and they come up and they say, well, I don't know. And we accept that. So we accept, well, we don't know how to do this. Well, is that true? Or is there another reason why? So what we have to determine is that why is not the question, why is the answer. And the why points us directly to the reason. And obviously that reason is hidden. Well, it's time to bring the plasma technology forward so that we can bring man not into the future, just bring him into the present. That's good enough so that we can have peace and prosperity, and that becomes our present. I hope you enjoy the gift.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to raise a point or a question while we're here? You had one slide, Alex, with was it the electron and the neutron? And you said you can see the difference, but then you moved off of that slide rather quickly. I'm not sure exactly what you were. Yeah, there you go. You can see the difference. Now, is the neutron neutral? Or sometimes it can be positive and sometimes it can be negative? I thought nu would is a reference to neutron. But you were talking the size here. You said you can see the difference. It's clear. And I wasn't able to see the difference.
Well, the difference is clear. It's completely transparent.
Oh, that's how clear it is. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you're right. The neutron is supposed to be neutral. But how can it be neutral? Because if it's neutral, that means it's a balance between the magnetical gravitational field, isn't it?
Not
So
necessarily.
oh, really?
And I don't know how to explain that, but I just thought I'd throw that in.
Well, wait a second. If the magnetical is negative and the gravitational is positive, and you're telling me it's neutral, so it's neither magnetical, neither gravitational.
Again, I know so little about this knowledge. I'm just querying you, just
Well,
probing.
well, let's work it out. I mean, let's apply what we do know. Okay, so there is a direction. By what direction would that neutron go? And that neutron seems to want to go to the core. So what is it doing in that core? And if it's moving into that core, then it's moving from all sides, isn't it? It's not just moving from the east side or from the west side, because the earth is rotating. So if it is converging to the core, because that's the direction it's going, it's converging from all sides. So the external side of the earth is magnetical and the core of the earth is gravitational. So therefore the neutron is converging towards that gravitational core. So if it's gravitating, then is the neutron negative? Because if the core is positive, then that would cause the attraction.
And again, are we delineating between the matter state of a neutron or the energy state of a neutron? Or is a neutron always an energy state?
We haven't said that.
Okay.
We haven't delineated that. We're talking as if, it's understood. It's not understood. That's why you asked the question. So,
Right. I'm trying to figure out how I got stuck on this planet.
well, yeah, exactly. So, and the neutron did it the same way. But if we understand that the neutron is rotating, then we know that the periphery of the neutron is magnetical. And if the electron is rotating, then we know the periphery of the electron is magnetical. And so in that case, that field would repel. Although the relationship between the electron and the neutron, based on surface to volume ratios, the electron would be negative and the neutron would be positive. But then you have the involvement of the proton. Well, in relationship to the neutron, the proton is negative and the neutron is positive.
Yeah, it's a little dodgy for me. I'm not saying your explanation, I'm saying my understanding is not quite there. And if I did understand it or we understood it, we could apply a lot, but can you give us any specific examples of how you've applied this in
Well,
your life or
that
in
is
our lives?
really good question. And that's what I brought up before. And that's the thing that we are first and foremost interested in because, you know, we're not all scientists here. So, you know, what is it that we're looking for? And really what we want to see is the practical application, isn't it? What difference does it make? Did you remember in school the teacher says, "Well, we're going to learn about this today." Let's say, you know, we're going to learn about algebra, and you say, "Well, you know, how's that going to put, you know, food on the table, or, you know, how's that going to
Sure.
affect my life, or, you know, am I going to be able to, have a job? You know, my dad is a carpenter, and you know, does he care about algebra? You know?"
Right, right.
And you say, well, what's the practical application? And the teacher would just say to you, what? Well, that's what we were supposed to teach. And you say, well, why? Well, I said, well, you know, and every time the teacher gives you an answer, you say why, and then say the answer, and then another why, and another why. So we're looking for the practical application of it. Well, the practical application comes together with the fact that we have self-serving needs. So if the municipality cannot supply water to you and you need it, it's one of the basic essentials of life. What is a person supposed to do?
Move.
And you go to the university and they say, well, we don't know. We have to do research. You go to the scientist and he tells you, well, I don't know how to make water on a large scale. Or, you
Right.
know,
Right, and it's probably in a way that would again take the most of the cost out of the water, wouldn't it?
well, look at what happened in California. You know, they didn't have the water to put the fires out, supposedly. And then how did they manufacture water? Well, someone came and opened up the gate. So guess what? Someone invented a gate in the year 2025. Look, there's a gate. We can swing it open. Oh, there goes the water. Oh, look at that. We now have water. Well, too late. When we opened the gate to the barn, the cows all left and the horses all left. It's too late. The place is all burned down. And the day late, a dollar short.
Yeah, once these things get going, I think the water would be pretty much useless once it gets out of control. But the systems within the Keshe Foundation for fire suppression using the plasmatic CO2 gas, it certainly could be contained in a relatively short time, I believe, by creating the fields, putting reactors on the current borders of any sort of blaze. But once it gets out of control, I don't think the water, it'll help a little, but it certainly cannot keep up with the raging inferno with the hurricane winds.
Well, that's another factor. But you were just asking me for the production of water. So in order to produce the water in California, someone had to invent a gate and open the gate. It's ridiculous. Okay, that's a ridiculous answer that I give you, but we've come to accept that as being acceptable.
So Ike, go ahead. I see your mic came open.
Alex, there was water. Those conspiracy from Trump people. Some of the water has to they shut they down because of flooding for farmers. So it was some of them that was not operational. They have it as on schedule. So during that time, those water cannot be, because that will flood some of the farms. And then when the fire happened, they still have to get authorization to get it out. So it's not like there was no water in California. So Trump, they capitalized on it. And then when they ordered to turn it on, the farmers lost a lot. So it's all uh, working on this part and then creating havoc on the other one. So it wasn't there was no water. It's all lies from Trump and his folks.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that the farms in California produce about 25% of the crops that we distribute throughout North America. So what happened in California had a tremendous impact throughout the whole continent. And, what I'm alluding to is the fact that it was important. And I've often said, well, if important is not important, then, what is important? And providing food, for the continent, which depends on providing water to grow the food, then all of the management of these resources is what becomes important. And here we are not able to adjust ourselves properly to handle all the conditions. In other words, we did not have what we needed to be able to produce on demand. And yet we are so educated. And, there is one thing that is true. The cost per student in the US is number one. And in the survey of 40 countries, we are the 40th. So, we're not getting we're not getting value for our money, are we? That's not a political statement. That's just a fact of reality. So, we have needs, and we're not addressing them. The fundamental needs of the clean air, clean water, and clean food are fundamental. They need to be taken care of first. So if you're in the disaster zone, these are the first three things that you think about. You don't think about, the poker game on the weekend, or you don't think about the spread in the football game, or how your stock is doing on the stock market. You don't care about stuff like that. You're caring about life essentials, and those life essentials should be taken care of at the beginning. It's not something to be delayed for, down the road and say, well, one of these days we're going to learn how to produce water on demand the way nature produces it.
So how do you produce water? Is it, we see when you burn methane? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
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 But that's in the
Byproduct,
matter
water.
state. That's in the physical state.
Right.
So to convert the methane, you need to give an external force, and that external force is a flame. So now you're consuming the methane, and what you're doing is converting it from one physical state into another physical state.
But
And,
methane is poisonous.
what is poisonous?
Methane, isn't it CH4? I understand it's poisonous. Methane is a poisonous gas. Is it true?
Well, it's well, like carbon dioxide is poisonous as well, if that would be true. And yet you exhale carbon dioxide, so that means there is carbon dioxide in your lungs, and so that begs the question is how come we don't poison ourselves by exhaling?
But
Exactly.
not in the plasmatic state. The CO2 is not.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about the plasmatic state. You know, Ike was asking me about the physical
Okay.
state
Yep.
regarding
Yep.
methane.
Right.
So therefore, what the two of you have come to the conclusion that there are different properties of the methane in the physical state and in the plasmatic state.
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
so now we have that understanding. So we are not rocket scientists. So how come rocket scientists, are having trouble with this? And this becomes the big question. Like, what are they doing? Why are they? It's not even a matter of money because what they're doing is enormously expensive. So it's not happening for us.
Right.
And we're looking for a practical application. Well, it's nice, you go off and you're demonstrating your rocket capability. And, for practical purposes, well, we get to demonstrate our rocket capability on the 4th of July and on New Year's, right? And we can have a light show by firing off these rockets, which of course cost money, and yet we can't seem to provide for our seniors and we can't provide for our street urchins. And for people who have fallen in hard times, our social security is not very secure. And so this becomes the question, why? And so when you look at that result and you say, well, it doesn't make sense. So it doesn't make sense to you because you're looking at it from a practical point of view. But someone else is looking at it from a different practical point. It's their practical point of view. So if we are looking at it from the point of humanity as a civilization, and we're finding there's an opposition to that, then the other point of view, by default, is the point of view of the humanity uncivilization. That's the point.
And of course, the Oasis system will produce water, but I don't know if it can fill a reservoir. But it would certainly devastate the bottled water industry because then you would be bottling your own water at home. Pristine. The Oasis system will create the food, energy, gas, and water for your needs.
So the rate of change is going to be the main factor here.
In other words, how quickly this can be brought in.
Right.
That rate of change?
Yeah.
Okay, any other good questions? Or even if it's an intermediate question, I think Alex would like it. When you mentioned about the pairs, what did you say about the pairs when you show they come in pairs? There was one of your backgrounds.
The gases come in pairs. Hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen comes in pairs.
So when we have the Cohen, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen, is that a pair? The N? Or no,
yeah.
I'm just thinking, or are they all connected as a pair of nitrogen because they basically all came out of the nitrogen?
Okay, so you have to split the pairs, don't you?
I didn't know there was a pair. I thought it was carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen.
Well, yeah, it's the one half of the pear. If you split the pear, it's no longer a pear, is it?
And this is being done in the upper atmosphere. Yes?
Yes. And it's also being done in the inner atmosphere of your body.
Okay. And in the atmosphere, as he said, we're protein breathers. But I wasn't familiar with this pairing.
Yeah, there's no such thing as oxygen on its own. It's O2. Hydrogen is H2 and nitrogen is N2. So if you were to create a nitrogen gas, you can create a nitrogen pair with oxygen. Or you could create a nitrogen bond with 2 oxygen or 3 oxygen. You can also create a nitrogen with a hydrogen. So the question then becomes is, why would the nitrogen bond with hydrogen, or why would the nitrogen bond with oxygen? What's the difference? And how does that happen? So this is just basic inertia. And, we're not, scientists. So the reason that this is happening has to do with a greater understanding. And we're not concerned as individuals with that. We're concerned about the practical application of that. So the practical application is that we are eating and we are drinking. The fact of the matter is that the eating and the drinking are literally the same thing, because we drink to absorb energy and we eat to absorb energy. Well, don't we sleep to absorb energy? So where does that come from? Because we're not drinking and we're not eating while we're sleeping, but we are breathing. So maybe we are breathing energy, drinking energy, and eating energy. What's the difference? And so this is where the practical application has to come to the foreground. This needs to be the paramount discussion of each and every family. These are the things that we need to take care of. And by delegating that responsibility to the municipality, there's nothing wrong with that, because we have, the sharing of the resources, if you will. Instead of each of us having it individually, we can have a collective, coming to that together and contributing. It's just like if you are wanting to eat, you want variety. So you buy cucumbers from one farm, you buy lettuce from another farm, you buy carrots from another farm. And so you bring it all together. So the other way to do it is you grow the cucumber, you grow the lettuce, and you grow the carrot. Okay. Well, do you have the knowledge and the resources to do all of that? And, if you're hungry and it takes 8 weeks to grow lettuce, or maybe we could grow it even faster in 4 weeks, can you last for 4 weeks without eating?
You better resort to sprouting at that point. You'll have something in a few days. Or better yet, take advantage of the feeding system that's in the Keshe Foundation store. as we understand from the teachings, we're already absorbing 80% of the energies we need by default. That's our default position. It's only the 20% that we're short of. And this is what these products are helping us bridge, I think.
So it's unfair that this 20% is consuming most of our time.
A lot of our thinking, yes, go ahead, Randy.
And when you plant your garden, make sure you plant it in a way that the natural bugs will keep one bug away from one plant and another plant, because there are methods to do that. And I met some farmers here last year that are teaching people how to plant their gardens so that naturally no pesticides, nothing is needed. The bugs that are naturally there in the soil keep the other bugs away from the other plants. There are ways to do that to produce real organic vegetables.
Yeah, and that was a nice example Mr. Keshe gave in China, how they bring in these hundreds of thousands of ducks to go through a field when things get out of control, pests or other things. Not only do they take care of the pests, but they also fertilize as they're working. And this is an old way of controlling, as he said, but they're still using it apparently in certain places.
And then let's get back to the oxygen-hydrogen mix for a second. When divers go past a certain point, they only need helium and oxygen. They don't require nitrogen. Has to do with pressures and stuff in the lungs. And I guess if you don't have the right mix, things are not good. So again, we're feeding different things. And, you know, the sun is the sun hydrogen based? I think it's helium based. So we're getting that too, but in a different way.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Anyone else want to make a comment or a question or a suggestion or something that's perhaps not on the topic but related to the technology? Don't feel you're going to be wrong or offend anyone. We're all in nursery school, so to speak.
Well, I think this is great. We've had tremendous involvement from the panelists, fabulous questions. And isn't this the thing that we've wanted to ask our parents, or we wanted to ask our teachers? And, you know, this is not the average conversation that you find, you know, among the youth. I'm a member of one Telegram channel of university students. And university students are supposedly students who are pursuing a higher education, and they don't talk about this. They talk about the same stuff that, you know, students in grade 9 talk about. And say, well, why are these students from the higher education not, you know, benefiting in a practical manner from their education? They're not seeing the connection. Well, we do have a connection. We understand. We've gone through life and seen that the quality of our life has diminished. You may not see it from day to day unless there's a coup. But, you know, if you look back, and you don't have to go far, even you know, 20 years ago, life was better. Life was not as complex, but life was not as harsh. Life was better. And for some people, they are oblivious to the changes because in their life, they made more money, and that brings them a level of stability. Well, that's fine, but that's a small percentage of the population. The vast majority of the population is living from day to day, not even week to week, but day to day. And many have dropped out of society. They have, you know, worked on They have found that the criminal element is making more money, and money is what it's about. Money is what makes the world go round, and that's their practical understanding. They're not interested in, creating plasma energy, and yet they are plasma themselves. And so what are they doing? They are experiencing their belief, and they believe that money makes the world go round. So that's what they focus on. They're missing the show, but they're not contributing to the answer. They're contributing to the problem. And what are the video bloggers doing? They're doing the same thing. They are collecting all the damage into a file and transmitting it, regurgitating it in the absence of a solution. And so that becomes the difference. If you're looking for consistency, if you're going to identify a problem, then you have to come forward with a solution. But there's certain people who feel that if you manufacture a problem, then you can manufacture the solution. Well, do we need a make work project? Is that what we really need? Or do we need, wait a second, it's the year 2025 and we still have the inability to deliver clean food and clean water? And why is that not our top priority? Why is that not every government's top priority? Thank you all for allowing me to continue to present. I hope you enjoyed today's session, and we will be here for any more questions. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, great. It's like you've probably heard this one before. The child asks the father, Dad, why is the sky blue? And the father thinks about it for a moment and he said, well, son, it's because God likes blue. But imagine, and that's the answer. But imagine if you introduce the child to the idea of nitrogen and how that has an effect in the color of what we see. I believe it's the nitrogen and so forth. And starting a child at an early age, understanding this process of creation, and that there's more to it than God wanted the sky blue because he likes blue. So this is beautiful the way this knowledge is getting opened up, and it's with a surety. Again, it's not waffling on this knowledge. It's quite sure, and they can show it as they're doing on the graphs with the soul and the transmutation and the rest. So imagine starting a child at an early age, starting to understand this process of creation. They'll have a whole different outlook and mature in a totally different way and see the world totally different. Anyone else want to raise a point or a question or interject something here?
Well, I just want to interject one thing, Mark, on the matter of consistency. 579 weeks of delivering the Knowledge Seekers workshops is a tremendous feat, and we were not looking to do this as a goal. We were looking to teach for practical purposes, and so for 579 weeks, for many, it seems that we are suddenly talking about this. Well, it's only suddenly compared to how long we haven't been talking about this, or if we have, we've kept it to ourselves in our own private little, tiny little perfect world. But our tiny perfect world affects other worlds. That's the reality of the plasma energy. That's the reality of the inertia fields. So where are these other fields and how is that working? So those are the questions we need to be asking. And it's only because it's hard to get the answers that most of us give up and then go through life without getting that answer. And that's actually not right, because otherwise one could come to the conclusion that life is purposeless.
Exactly.
And
yep.
it boggles the mind if you say, well, there's no purpose in life.
Or there's no answers. The answer is what you want it to be.
Sure.
Okay, any other comments, questions, additions, combinations, reductions? I'm just going to play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end, but I just thought we'd show the three wise men and of course let me just share the screen.
Take her away.
Of the three wise men, which again, we thought these were matter state gifts being brought to the new child in Bethlehem. But as Mr. Keshe said, most of the Christians missed it, including myself. And these gifts were the idea of thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. And this is what we need to apply individually on our own. And only you can control that. I don't think anyone else can go inside you and force you to change anything. But I think the thinking, speaking, and acting good creates a beautiful shielding for you. Just an example of blood pressure. By thinking good and speaking good about something maybe that's negative in your life or something bad that's happened to you, you'll keep your blood pressure. The emotions can create so much. As Mr. Keshe keeps saying, the emotions are the key. And as you continue to find ways to think good and speak good and act good, this other little keychain comes in to work in a way. And may you be proud of the work you do. And may you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you're making being in and around this technology. But this is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation or the ethos of Mitra. And I know Mr. Keshe said that there'll be more teaching in the future, and this will come from the daughter of Mitra, which has been given this knowledge. But it's her job to, again, enlighten you even further, even though the universal teacher could do that, but this will be Mitra's position. But again, no words, just coming through the energy dimension. So I want to thank you all for continuing to hang in there. And again, unfortunately, the worldwide announcement has been delayed, but it's not forgotten. And I'm sure Mr. Keshe has another plan or another plan on top of that. As he said, this plan has been written centuries ago. So the feebleness of man will not outsmart the knowledge and what has been planned already by the universal community. So we will see the change, and hopefully it'll start to perk up in 2025 at some point in time. I think there'll be another big surprise, but we won't get disheartened. As he said, we realize that other things are being set for the future for a reason. There's a reason for all this, and the main one is that humanity is not collectively ready to manifest this. So we continue to, again, elevate the others, including our, in that process, you get elevated and continue to share the knowledge as best we can with our shallowness of understanding at this point. But it will grow. It's growing every day. And it's much, much further along than before we were aware of the Keshe Foundation and the teachings within the Keshe Foundation. So I want to thank you all again for being here. And we continue to press on. Any other thoughts or questions? I'm just going to play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all again. Thank you, Alex. Thanks for all the interactions, and we'll continue to carry on the rest of today and the days ahead of us, as there's some beautiful things about to appear. More and more systems are being stacked up in the labs of the Keshe Foundation. So, and as someone said earlier today about Mr. Keshe is in the background, probably doing some licensing or other things. We'll have to see. As he's indicated, we only know about 5% of what's actually transpiring within the foundation, but we know what has been promised will be delivered. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day, and hopefully we see you next week. Thank you again, Alex. We'll just bring this up. We'll play the disclaimer.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.